So did you
No.
Oh, just give me. Sorry. No, I.
It's a hybrid meeting of the City Council. Members of the public can view this meeting live on Channel 8, the city's website, and YouTube. Live Spanish translation services are being provided for tonight's council meeting by telephone. Please dial 720-386-9023 and use code 104091 *.
Se ofrecen servicios de interpretación en español para esta reunión del Consejo Municipal por teléfono. Marque 69023 y utilice el código 104091 #.
Thank you. City Clerk is the host of the Zoom meeting. Speakers will be able to unmute themselves when recognized. Tonight, we have two presentations for our study session. The first is going to be a comprehensive plan study session. I'll invite Jennifer Jones, Principal Planner, to give the presentation.
Good evening. Steve will begin tonight, but we're excited to present the goals and objectives to you.
So good evening, council members. So tonight, the agenda, a little bit of overview on the plan, then we're going to talk about some of the goals and objectives and discuss y'all with that. And then we have some policy questions that we want to save some time for. And then next steps of the planning effort. So just an overview of where we've been. So we have done a variety of steps have been done so far, including initial engagement and then existing conditions over the last holiday period. The vision and core principles were laid out and analyzed as part of the spring, and then over the summer, future land use and character areas and corridors were discussed and created as well. And now we're on the stage of goals and objectives, specific plan elements, and then after this comes a draft plan, and then adoption, and then other city plans. It's important to remember that the comp plan is one item, but there's also going to be the transportation master plan and the parks master plan, economic development strategic plan as well. So this is the beginning of that, but it's certainly not the end of all these different various efforts.
So tonight we have the goals and objectives for you, which you I think were emailed an initial draft of those. So just as a reminder, right? The goals and objectives are they're in all comp plans. They're an important part of comp plans. You see on the left a little page that was taken out of the current 2010 existing comp plan. Right, you just see an example of a goal and objectives. They have different. Sometimes we use different words, right? Whether it's policies, but the idea of goals and objectives are very common. They provide the framework for the policies that come as part of the plan. And then just as a little sort of background info for you, comp plans typically, and we've researched a variety of them, typically have about 5 to 8 goals per chapter. So that's kind of an average common best practice.
Ms. Jones?
Yes, sir.
Councilmember Noble has a question.
Oh, yes, ma'am.
Did you send this presentation to us?
Yeah.
Or is it attached to the agenda? I'm looking for it because the angle of the table doesn't give us the full screen necessarily if we're at the back here in the corner.
I don't believe the presentation itself was sent. The actual goals and objectives were for the discussion.
I just wanted to follow along since I can't
Oh,
see the
okay.
screen that well.
Sure. There's only a few slides, and then we'll get into the actual goals and objectives. Sorry about that. Okay, so just as a sort of overview of goals and objectives themselves, goals are the most general. They're sort of the big umbrella. They set the tone, and they're typically long-term in nature, right? Pretty vague, high-level, aspirational goals. And then the objectives get more specific. They're a little bit more immediate or intermediate in the time period. And then the strategies, which are, you'll see, right, implementation strategies, sort of that second part there. Those are the most specific, and they had specific actions on how to help achieve the goal. So where did these come from, right? we could just bring a blank piece of paper in here, right? We might be here all night or for a couple of weeks to sort of write these. So essentially, everything we've done up until this point has led to the development of these goals and objectives and strategies. Right, so things that we heard from you all, right, through study sessions, through the goals that you all developed through your retreats and things like that. From our Citizens Advisory Committee, that's the CAC, they've provided a lot of direction and feedback on this process. Obviously, community engagement, right? We've chatted with the community numerous times. They've given us a lot of feedback on the things they want to see, right? How they want their community to develop. Also, we have a staff working group, that's SWG, and TAC is a technical advisory committee. Those folks have all, weighed in and given more information. If you remember the Key Choices survey back in the late spring, that provided a lot of direction. And then we also had a developer workshop. So that just highlights a few of the ways that these were helped to be developed.
All right, so for this particular discussion tonight, dealing with the draft goals, so they're presented by plan chapter or element, and so we'll go over each chapter and talk about those within them. The environmental ones, sustainability ones, are going to be spread throughout the comp plan, and because they intertwine and intermix among all these particular issues, and so. But know that these draft goals are constantly evolving. And so we met with Planning Commission just last week, and they've been updated to reflect their discussion and things like that. There will be, so the goals and objectives will be found in each chapter. The implementation will be found at the end, and that will encompass various, strategies found in the various chapters. And when we go over these, even though they're numbered, it does not indicate a rank or importance. So goal number 1 is not necessarily the most important goal in that chapter. They're all important, but you just have to start that way. All right, so let's start, and these are found here. The latest version is found in your paper that says draft goals and objectives. And the first chapter has to do with land use and character areas. And this talks about just some key points. We can discuss any of the elements of the actual goals themselves. But one of them, the first one has to do with a balanced mix of land uses. So we want to strive for a city that has a balanced mix of land uses across the city as represented in the character area maps that we've talked about. And so that will be, that could be open space, it could be residential, it could be commercial, things of that nature. So that's what that first one's talking about. Number 2 is you want to manage growth and annexation in a strategic and positive and compatible way. And so knowing that the city is continually growing, how should they annex property? Should it be a leapfrog type of development? Should it be a tiered approach and things of that nature? And so we want to make sure that that the growth is also in some ways you have the adequate infrastructure and things like that to help accommodate that. Number 3, the industrial areas of the city. So the goal is to ensure that they continue to provide a strong employment base, but also work to improve the overall impact of the residents. So we've heard from you all and also from citizens as well that there needs to be extra protections in place, especially as it relates to some of the industrial residential, proximities and things like that. So that's what number 3 talks about. Number 4, utilize the land development code to improve the city's overall quality of life, its urban design, its connectivity through strong regulations. As you all know, we're going to be updating our land development code over the next year. And this is a good opportunity to bring it into compliance and consistency with this particular comp plan. Number 5, public gathering spaces, activity centers. We've heard this a lot. And you've all heard it a lot too, but how new public gathering areas, spaces, activity centers can be integrated into the city's future development. And that could be areas like Derby, the station area, the Reunion Center, Prairie Gateway. How can those be made into a special and unique type of area? Number 6, infill projects and redevelopment. So there's a lot of new development occurring in our city, but we also don't want to forget about what's occurring in already developed portions of the city. So that's what we mean by infill. And oftentimes there's pros with doing infill, and that you don't have to extend infrastructure and things that way. So number 6 has to do with infill projects and redevelopment. Number 7 is regional coordination. As our city continues to grow, it becomes more important than ever to coordinate and cooperate with other governmental partners, other quasi-governmental departments, and we want to strive for the importance of that. And then number 8, image and appearance. The city has come a long way in terms of its image and redefining it. However, we've been told that there would be more opportunities to strengthen certain aspects of code enforcement and things to deal with certain aspects of the community and to be kind of a strategic approach for what that looks like. So those are the 8, at this time, the 8 goals identified for land use and character areas. We'll be glad to discuss any of those or take questions or thoughts or things like that before we move on to the next one.
Thank you. Under number 5, it says update the station area master plan to provide direction for further land use and development within the area. Can you tell me like what that is and what it is?
So I'm sorry, you said 5A?
Yeah, 5.
Yes, ma'am. So that has to do with the station area master plan that we did back in 2016. And that set aside an initial vision and location for how the station area could develop. And then we had, of course, the Urban Land Institute further a study that agreed with it, but said there's more that can be done, especially as it relates to the relationship with the river and things like that. So what this is saying is now that it's been, 6 years, 7 years, is there opportunities to, again, to modernize and make sure that what was proposed meets sense and how you identify and create the kind of special area that we've heard that the residents want in that area.
But wasn't it done in 2013?
I'm sorry?
I think it was done.
The station area master plan? Yeah, time goes by quick.
And then, so does that include the improvements along the 72nd Avenue in Colorado Boulevard?
I believe, yes, yes, it definitely would incorporate that. It could also encompass what to do with that Brandon Sand and Gravel facility, right? That's up there currently in the county. That area, even with the stationary, we're starting to see a little interest, but there's even ways that the area has been changed with Allsup Elementary moving down, with Adams City Middle School potentially moving down. There's going to be opportunities on 72nd Avenue. And so it's always good to take a new fresh look at that too.
So does that involve, like I had mentioned before, access for emergency vehicles? It does.
Yes, ma'am. Because 72nd Avenue is not in good shape right now. There's no sidewalks, right? There's little lighting. It's just not a very walkable street. And so some would say it's not a very good drivable street, but there is opportunity for to make that even better. Yes, ma'am.
There's some of us who've had experience with these kinds of plans, comprehensive plans. And I am noticing the way language is used in this, that is kind of equivocal. So consider how new public, that doesn't say much about action when you have a goal. So in places where that can be improved, I think it ought to be, so that we're saying integrate new public gathering spaces and activity centers into the city's future development and layout at key locations throughout the city. That's a goal. Sure. Consider is a thing. I don't know what it is. Right? Minimize the need for additional infrastructure improvements and priority, there's just things that need to be fixed language-wise in it so that it's clear which ones are goals.
Okay.
And which ones are objectives, because then with implementation.
Sure. Okay, that's good. Thank you.
I have another question. How many touches were there in the community, and how many actual events have taken place since we began the comprehensive plan process?
I don't know off the top of my head. We'd have to get that for you. We are keeping a running tab, though. I know that. So we can provide that for you, although, yeah,
That would
absolutely.
be good. I would like to have that information.
Sure.
At the recent CML conference, I attended Littleton's presentation on it, and they had 80,000 touches and over 200 meetings to do their comprehensive plan. So I want to see how close we came to engaging the community in this process.
Definitely, absolutely.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Who's the company we have doing this?
Our consultant is Housel Levine.
Did you have a representative?
No.
Why is that?
Um,
How many thousands, hundreds of thousands of dollars is this company being paid? And we're getting an update on what's going on here, but our consultant who's being paid all this money isn't sitting in the room with us to answer these questions directly.
that is correct.
It was,
That's mind-boggling.
All right, next chapter. Oh, yes, ma'am.
Before you move on,
Okay.
so you mentioned a leapfrog and a tiered,
Oh, for the annexation strategy, yes, ma'am.
can you explain those, please?
Sure. So, we don't have a map in this room, but you know how our city is, obviously, it's kind of a crescent shape, right? We wrap around the arsenal and things like that. And in our growth boundary, we go north of the airport, right? And so a leapfrog development would be, even though we basically go to Tower Road right now, is kind of entertaining development options for areas north of the airport. So you're basically jumping over a mile or 2 miles or 3 miles of undeveloped land to start developing. And you've got to extend all that infrastructure for a long time. So that's not usually the most efficient, certainly cost-effective way. And so that would be an example of leapfrog development. Tier could be something like, hey, we want to look at development that's west of Chambers in Tier 1, or between Chambers and Towers, Tier 2, or things like that, where you're trying to do a stair-step approach to development. We'll talk a little bit more about that, because we do want to hear from y'all specifically on that issue when we get to policies. But yeah, that's kind of what that is. Does that help?
Yeah.
Okay.
I had another question. I got a bunch.
Oh.
So you said you held a developer workshop. What did that entail and who was invited?
So it was an open house with the developers. And basically it was when we were doing the character area map and things, and that it was over the summer. And we can get you a list again if you want of the developers that were invited.
I think I heard about that from the developers, and I was very curious. So when you say character area, what does that mean?
So the character area is going to be the future land use map. And so, I do have our current comp plan here. So in our current comp plan, right, we have these future land use maps, right? And the character areas are going to be the updated versions of these. Yes, ma'am. So that was the one that had like the DIA technology and the Northern Range type of suburban and things like that.
And you think we're actually going to execute things like the DIA technology?
That's certainly the plan's goal and vision. Yeah, that's what the community says. Yeah.
Okay, and this is a separate presentation. Is this still part of that presentation that you had up with Jennifer's first?
Yes, this is all the same presentation. Yeah.
Okay. Can we get a copy of
course.
this? So
Of course.
because it.
You can see how it plays in with this? Yeah,
Yes,
absolutely,
please.
absolutely.
And
Yeah.
these, just for clarification, these are, we were just worried about having all of the text on the screen, it just being so much to read. So these are just essentially the keywords or the
Oh, yeah, and I
topics
wish
of
it
each
would
of
have
the
been
goals.
like that to, as a a title or a heading, because I ended up writing them.
Oh, yeah.
Oh,
down,
okay.
So it coordinated with this,
I
but if
see.
we
Yeah.
could get that would be very
Sure.
helpful.
Sure.
And then how, so it's in the area that's over on Colorado Boulevard,
Mhm.
72nd,
Mhm.
all of that seems to be like a huge piece of property that's not as one piece of property, but a huge area that's being developed. And so far, I'm not seeing that it's gone along with what the people in that area were expecting. So is that because of is it the land use, whatever the name of that urban development?
Oh, what that study that we did last year?
Well,
The
yeah,
urban
I know
land?
there's a company as well. Didn't they do a presentation?
Yeah, the ULI, Urban Land Institute,
Urban Land Institute.
right?
So how closely are they working with the community? Or are they just looking at and evaluating it from their perspective and seeing what they think would work over there?
Well, first of all, they did work and they're not doing any additional work. So they're not doing anything active right now with this.
Okay,
But their task was to examine the station area plan and see if it needed to be modernized or if some of the basic principles needed to be confirmed and reaffirmed. And so they were looking at specifically, I think, some of the immediate properties in proximity to the station area.
okay, so they examined and then they presented a report.
That's correct, yes, ma'am.
That was a report. And how closely are we going to stick to that report?
Right now, I would say pretty good, honestly. I mean, there hasn't been a lot of activity. There's been the Adams County building, right? There's been the 7001 Colorado. And there was a Urban Land Conservancy who bought the Adams County building, right? They did a little PUD for their affordable building, but besides that, there haven't been any development proposals yet.
Okay. And then I did ask the question, how closely did they work with the community, or is this something that they?
I think they had stakeholder interviews with stakeholders, but it was a very specific type of scope, I guess, if you will. But a lot of it was bringing in their knowledge and expertise of market conditions and then reevaluating it that way.
Interesting.
But remember when we did the stationary plan, we had a lot of neighborhood meetings, remember? And you went to a lot of them and things like that,
I
right?
did,
Remember
and
those?
that's why.
And
that's
it
why I'm
wasn't,
saying
it
it's-
wasn't scoped though for that. So it
Yeah.
wasn't like that. no.
So it just doesn't seem to align with what came out of the meeting.
And that's why I think we've heard that there's an opportunity to modernize that plan and to see what holds true in 2023.
And maybe
you know,
not
2025.
modernize it to what the outsider's perspective is.
Oh, of course, yes, you want it to be a community vision, absolutely, 100%.
Absolutely. Yeah, I think we need to keep an eye on that and really get the people over there engaged again.
Well, I know, we're doing that urban renewal and blight study, right? And that's a good opportunity for the public to be engaged as well.
All right, thank you. Told you I have a lot of questions.
No, those are great.
Councilmember Noel.
Before we get too much further down the road, also, the draft plan that you have, that is the full plan as you are right now that you just held up with the map?
Oh, no, this
that's
is the existing one.
From
Oh, that
2010.
was
2010, yes, ma'am. We don't have a draft plan of the new one yet.
Oh, okay,
Yeah.
all right, good. And my other question had to do with oh, never mind, I can't remember now. It'll come back.
Yeah, okay, good.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, the next chapter then is commerce and employment or economic development. And Jennifer will walk you all through these.
Sure, and just as a little bit of context, like I said, we've mentioned it now, but the phrases you see on the screen are simply the keywords or the categories for each of the goals. And that was another way for us to have discussions with the Citizens Advisory Committee and other folks to make sure that the chapter topic was including kind of the main things. Again, because you get more specific as you go down, that was a way to help make sure that everything sort of super important topics had a goal. So if you see something missing, certainly let us know, but this was sort of helping with that as well. So in commerce and employment is obviously setting up the economic development strategic plan. So that will be much more in depth and specific, but certainly very, very important as it relates to land use. And I guess my last sort of contextual disclaimer is many of the things that you'll see in here, goals, objectives, and implementation, many of them could cross multiple chapters, right? We have to put them somewhere, and so they're organized in a way, but right, things in commerce and employment definitely are impacted by land use, and they also relate to housing and neighborhoods. And so just keep that in mind. You may see something in one spot. We could certainly move it if you think it makes more sense in another, but they definitely sort of cross those lines. But to get into commerce and employment, human talent, right? The human resources, right, from the community was something that we heard a lot that needed to be addressed a little bit more specifically than it was in 2010 to really make the best use of that, right, and utilize the workforce that we have in the community. To promote a healthy, progressive, and competitive local economy, right? That's sort of a given, but obviously it needs to be said, right? A strong local economy. Again, 3 is one that you'll see repeated across multiple chapters, which are these partnerships, whether that be the city and the county, the city and an adjacent city, the city and private partners, right? We recognize that, right, the city and CDOT, right? We have to work with our partners in order to be effective. And so you'll see that a variety of times. Goal number 4 was mentioned in the previous chapter as well, but reinvest, right, in the city's existing commercial and industrial areas. We've heard that, you'll see some implementation items about that, but we've heard that from a number of groups as well, that some of the areas we have been around for 40, 50 years plus. Sometimes, right, they need some reinvestment, some redevelopment, but there's a lot of opportunities there. The Citizens Advisory Group was really keen on adaptive reuse of buildings, right? What's an interesting thing that we could do with an existing building in a new way? So you'll see that sort of idea be built upon there. Number 5 was something else that we heard a lot through the those key choices and through the community engagement, which was people really want in their community, right, these unique destination activities, right? Something to do, someplace to go, and ways to gather with their community. And so you'll see that in a variety of chapters as well. We heard that multiple times. 6, I don't think anyone, let me know, but I don't think anyone would argue with that, right? Attract and support quality retailers to become a more balanced community, right? We all know that that's probably our, the land use that we have the least amount of, right, is retail and some other commercial. And so we heard that a lot, so that you'll see that included. Pursue strong, number 7 has to do with our primary employers, right? We have a lot of big businesses that provide a lot of employment. And so making sure, just working with that, making sure that that's the best it can be. Number 8 is, in addition to what we already have, attracting new businesses, new employers in these new emerging technologies and the types of, clean energy and things like that that can provide new jobs and sort of that next generation of employment for the city. And then number 9, reducing cultural barriers in business development. And that was something that we got from the community as well that wasn't directly addressed in the 2010 comp plan. Again, high level, big overarching goals in a really big important topic. But certainly if you think something's missing or have other comments or questions, please let us know.
Any additional comments or questions? Thank you all for your time this evening for the update.
I'm sorry, we were just done with that chapter. The next chapter was housing and neighborhoods, and Number one was the range of housing options. So you are seeing more in this plan. We've heard it from a variety of sources and people that this plan is meant to be all inclusive, right? Inclusivity is much bigger than it was even 12 years ago. And so all ages, all incomes, all physical abilities, all lifestyles need to be, it needs to be a quality community for all. And so housing is certainly one area that that's very important to do. And so that's one. We talked about homelessness was not at all referenced in the 2010 plan. And it's a big issue in our community, as you all know, so there is a goal about that. Then we talk about a goal for the existing neighborhoods and then a goal for new neighborhoods. And it's important that we have strong neighborhoods, whether you're 50 years old, whether you're 5 months old. But we do have some goals and objectives for existing and new. We talked on the land use one about enforcement. There is opportunities to increase code enforcement in some select areas where that can create a opportunity for a pride of ownership and things like that. Number 6, a sense of community in all of Commerce City's neighborhoods. So, people take pride if they live in Adams City, or if they live in the Tichy neighborhood, or if they live in Frontera and things like that. And so as the city continues to grow, certainly honoring and respecting and helping to build those communities are going to be a strong aspect of this. And then number 7, this was not the issue in 2010. We were in the middle of a horrible recession and homes were selling for $45,000. But now that we make sure that residents have the opportunity to obtain safe and healthy and affordable housing. And so that's one that is standing out in this version of the comp plan as well. So those were our 7 for housing and neighborhoods. If anyone has any questions on that. Yes, ma'am.
This one, going back a little bit under commerce and employment.
Oh, okay.
What does it mean when it says focus on creating an entertainment district within the stadium district character area? Where is that at?
Oh, that would be this area around Dick's Sporting Goods.
So you plan to make all of this area entertainment?
Not necessarily all, because obviously it's quite large, right? But perhaps that could be a component of their master development and things like that. We've heard that residents desire places where they can have, a drink or eat or watch a game or go to a movie or something like that. And so what entertainment means exactly could vary, but we have heard that interest from folks. Yes, ma'am.
Because I would like to know more specifically, because living across from a stadium and bars as it.
Yeah, I don't think it's intended necessarily to be Lodo right across from Quebec, but yes, we can clarify that and make that more specific. Yes, ma'am.
Even performing arts venue, we heard quite a bit as well, which could potentially be included as well and provide another form of entertainment.
Wow.
And on that same topic, it seems like those areas could use lodging. Is that anywhere in this? Where are hotels and so forth?
Okay, let me think about that. Do we have that as all in implementation at all, Jennifer?
Well, they're allowed in almost all of the character
They are, but we
areas.
can specifically, we have heard from the community that they desire that, but I don't know why we couldn't add that for these specific nodes. Yeah.
Yes, I think it would make sense if you're having an entertainment area in your Dick's. Or up at 104th
Or Reunion
Tower.
Center or whatever, absolutely. Yeah.
Right. Also, what about youth activities? Where is that?
That's probably in
There's a
the,
lot of demand for that. Because
Sure.
when we interview youth commission.
that's probably under the Parks, Recreation, Open Space and Natural Environment. We have a goal about that, and then when we get there, we can see if that kind of meets what you're thinking.
We love to think about things like blue docks.
Oh, you mean like
Yeah.
land use activities specifically for youth?
They don't have things to do.
No, they don't. They get bored and they do other things. Yeah, right.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, very good.
And finally, there's been some jibber jabber among the volunteer committee. Just a little dissatisfaction. Do you know what that is about? They didn't feel, some of them didn't feel that their ideas were being integrated, they weren't meeting enough and so forth. Had you heard that?
From the Citizens Advisory Committee?
Mm-hmm.
No, I haven't heard.
Well, I mean, I think there was some initial concern, I don't know, a year or so ago with the consultant and things like that when they were doing those virtual meetings. But I know that, as of this year, we've stepped up the number and we've taken every opportunity to listen and get their feedback and things like that. So
And how's the attendance going?
I would say it's okay.
what's okay out of how many on the committee? How
Like,
many-
there's like, I would say, I think we have like half maybe show up.
We've
Yeah.
tried different days, different, so we have been trying to be accommodating to different days of the week and things like that. So, and we do provide the materials ahead of time and welcome their feedback. I've taken phone calls to chat about things, you know, if they can't make the meeting and things like that, so.
We do different locations up north, down
Yep.
south, right around the, so we try to provide a variety of options that will work for them, yeah.
And there was contract for 6 meetings for the,
As part of the original, as with the consultant, and then we've added a lot more with staff. So we're basically meeting with them monthly.
okay, that's,
Uh-huh.
thank you.
You're welcome. All right.
So,
Yeah.
we have a range of housing options, like, let's take the dog track, for instance. About the lowest thing that's available or going to be available over there are the homes.
Okay.
And they're only at 400,000 going up. The rest of it is rentals. So it seems like the stuff that's available for anybody who is not making a really good salary is not available. You either
We're gonna
have
have
an average income and then you have to rent.
there's no doubt that affordable housing is a huge issue. We're actually gonna have a policy question for you all about that we want to hear from y'all. If you think
ways
it
to
needs more,
address,
yeah. But that's it, but I mean, you're right. I don't disagree with what you're saying. Housing affordability is a tremendous issue.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, transportation then.
So again, transportation sets up the updated transportation master plan, which I'm sure our new city engineer will be heavily involved in, not to call on him. So we currently have 6 proposed goals, and certainly transportation is something we obviously have heard a lot about. The community has a lot of thoughts on transportation, which is not surprising, right? We have a lot of roadways in our city. We have a lot of connections and connection challenges sometimes. So, right, number 1, well-connected and safe transportation network. That one is the most broad goal, right? It sort of talks about all the different ways you can provide, right, auto, bicycle, pedestrian, transit, all of these things. So a big goal there, I said, right? Number 2, that options are inclusive, right? Steve mentioned that. We heard that a lot, and you'll hear that throughout the night, that inclusivity of all different types of ways to be inclusive, of abilities and ages, and of all residents, something we want to strive for with our transportation. Improve transit services, right? Adding to our transit options. Number 4 is that sort of magic coordinate again, right? We need to coordinate with CDOT. We have to coordinate with the railroads. We have to work with the airports as well as others, right? And E470, right? These are all major players in our in the growth and future of the community. Number 5, bicycle and pedestrian. So we've it sounded from the community that that deserved its own goal because that was so important, right? The connections of our trails, the connections for our students, sidewalks, things like that. And then number 6 specifically came out of our citizens advisory group, but minimize conflicts with freight and the railroads in the city, right? Not an easy goal necessarily to achieve, but understanding that, right, we have a lot of highways, we have a lot of truck traffic, and we have a lot of railroads. How do we mitigate, right, any negative externalities to that and minimize any conflicts? So those are the 6, sort of a highlight of the 6 transportation goals.
When you list under, are you ready? Under
Sure.
1, number D, explore road diets for commercial roadways within the city. What does that mean?
It's basically opportunities for speed reduction that can be a variety of things. You could have, narrowing of lanes, you could have restriping, you could have, kind of bulb outs at intersections and things like that. But the purpose is to reduce speed on some of our roads.
I don't, perhaps I'm overlooking it, any discussion about alternative energies and providing access to alternative energies, encouraging alternative energy, EVs, hookups, charging stations, transitioning our fleets to more available resources. Is that in here?
Page 9. Page 9.
Oh, I'm looking at transportation.
We did add something, we just need to find it. We had a discussion with the planning commissioners last week where they brought up that, again, with emerging technologies as it relates to traffic and transportation. And they said, well, even EV now in 20 years may be out of date, there may be something even newer than that. And so it's important that the city keep abreast on the latest trends and even encourage those and advance those. We're just trying to find out where that is.
Yeah, which is why I didn't choose that language. But we need to have something in here that recognizes that our transportation efforts need to revolve around that, and for the city to step up and be an example, in my opinion.
Yeah, if I could interject as well.
Sure.
It's happening right now. You know, we can no longer afford to be the caboose. We need to be the driving engine.
I think we are the engine for some of this, so unfortunately, council member. I mean, engine in terms of toxic stuff.
So rather than saying, oh, well, it might not exist in the future, so, you know, maybe we shouldn't be preparing for it right now. I mean, we should be doing it right now, not just preparing for it. We should be doing it because we're going to be left behind again. And so I just wanted to piggyback on it with the opportunity to interject because it doesn't seem that.
Do you feel that the
We
city
understand
council
that.
doesn't support that? Do you feel that the city council doesn't support that?
Doesn't support advancing
What I
or
was talking about?
I don't necessarily think that, yeah.
Right, and also I remember when I was at the Frontera Park event and you had the board up with the dots, people had really strong opinions about semis.
Yes, it is,
Yes.
yes.
And I don't see the recognition.
We have a policy question on that too. It's such an important topic, we want a special question about that to you all, to get specific feedback.
Okay, so I need to start writing these down. So semis is a topic
Semis, yes.
and affordable housing is a
Affordable housing, we
topic.
do, yeah.
And what's the third topic thus far?
Well,
There was
we
another one.
have 5 topics or whatever to ask you on, yeah.
Well, I don't want to forget them, that's why I'm writing
Oh,
them down.
they're, we'll cover them all at the end.
All right,
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, and I think what we were just trying to clarify is we do have, right, as a objective, evaluate and consider emerging transportation technologies. The concern that the planning commission had expressed was if we were saying something too specific on vehicle charging stations, they just wanted to be sure that it was broad enough to encompass whatever might be available in 10 years. But we
It
can
needs to be
certainly
in
have
here
both.
somewhere, right?
Sure.
Yeah.
So, yeah, we can maybe beef that up a little bit.
I forgot to ask one other question. Does this include that I-76 on and off ramp since it's transportation?
At 74th,
No, I-76 on and off, yeah, right.
right at I-76 and 74th, and now we just have 2 pieces of the 4 thing. This doesn't have that specifically, however, it is in the current transportation plan and in the current stamp plan. And so when we revisit the transportation plan, we're gonna have future connections, if you will, important ones like that. And so we can mention it in here, but that would be the ideal places in the transportation plan.
Because that's was concerned, I was just making sure it shouldn't be added in there because per the recommendations of the ULI study that we paid a consultant to do again, it said no need for additional interstate I-70 on and off ramps. And it said the staff discusses extending Colorado Boulevard north of East 74th Avenue to create an on-ramp. They said the panel felt this is inconsistent with the Commerce City and local stakeholders. So why would that be future? I was just making sure it wasn't on there, but now you said it is going to be.
We can add it, but it is in the existing plans. It's just a matter of working with CDOT and having CDOT prioritize that as well as the city. But yeah.
What I'm saying, it shouldn't be added per this recommendation.
Sure could, We sure could. We could add that under implementation.
And I'm saying their recommendation says it wasn't recommended is what I'm saying per that ULI report.
ULI took a different position
They
on.
said
Oh,
it's
so maybe
not.
it's not needed?
That's
that
what,
maybe
did
it's
you
not
see
needed.
this? Yeah, they said it is not needed, so that's why I'm making sure it's not included, because it even says the panelists felt this is inconsistent with the Commerce City and local stakeholders in seeking to accomplish the station area. And then they said new interstate ramps would lead to more vehicular thorough traffic as opposed to making the area safer for pedestrians and bicycles. So I'm just making sure that doesn't happen.
So what we could do is, I think we could put as part of the transportation plan is to really examine that from a engineering and technical side, and see if that makes sense. I know back when we did the stationary plan, it made sense, but there weren't necessarily, CDOT engineers on the team. But yeah, this plan does not necessarily take it out.
Yeah, and living in that neighborhood, I would disagree strongly because instead of traffic going on 76, they go through the neighborhood to connect to Highway 85 and, other highways. Instead of, they have the ramps, they could just go straight to the highway.
Yeah, but we paid all these consultants all this money and their recommendations to the city said don't do that.
The comp plan at this time is not being as specific to say either way.
I have something else. I know this is probably going to be a very difficult question or topic to bring forward to the railroads, but have we ever considered talking to them about having some raised lines where, they're like flyovers, like I know they have a flyover plan for 120th, but God, wouldn't it be cool if, and that's just the road. So going over the rail line of 120th, but wouldn't it be cool if we had some raised lines and maybe flyovers of 85 so that it would make our residential areas more residential and as a community instead of having the great divide with the railroad and 85, which is only going to get more congested as time goes on. Thinking about keeping our neighborhoods intact and doing flyover with the rail line and 85. So
yes, ma'am. The existing even transportation plan has grades separated at all those mile crossings up there at 120th, 112th, 104th, 96th, 88. And so it was even identified back in 2010. It's just a matter of money and prioritization.
So which direction would those go then? What would be raised?
Well, right now we know there's 120th is in the works, right? The next one after that, I don't think has been determined or prioritized necessarily.
It's always been easier to raise the road over top of the rail line.
104th's been talked about for a long time at Highway 85.
The railroad doesn't really care as long as someone else pays for it.
Yep.
Right? I mean, that's as long as, yeah. So,
Have you ever explored the possibility of getting federal aid on something like that?
Every year.
Yeah, I would assume.
We were most recently successful where we got 6.9 for 120th and 85. But
that is going to then set the pace for the other one. So it would never be able to go the opposite direction so that the high speed highway is still gonna cut through the neighborhood, which are on both sides of 85.
I think what I'm hearing from you is we haven't explored it for other intersections in a more creative or different path. And I think what they're saying is with the transportation plan, that makes sense. Historically, like I said, for 120th, that's been our approach. Doesn't have to be for others.
Well, once 120 is done, it's pretty much sets the pace for the rest of it. I mean, you know, so you're still gonna have Highway 85 cutting through our neighborhoods. And to me, I'd like to see the neighborhoods kept together to have that high-speed traffic not cut through our neighborhoods. But it sounds like 120 is the done deal.
120th that's been a long-standing work plan. That being said, there's more opportunity for 112, 104, 96, and for 88. So we still have the ability to be dynamic if that's what you're looking for.
No, I'm not. I'm looking to take a high-speed highway out of
Out of the city.
yeah, well, no, not necessarily out of the city, but have it fly over so that our communities connect better. I mean, I hate to be the visionary, but you know, to me, if you're gonna do it right. Do it once and do it right. And really look down the road. What's our city gonna look like in the next so many generations? Just food for thought. Because we're always gonna, the way it is now, no matter what we do to the other roads, we're always gonna have Highway 85 that we have to contend with. And right now, we're looking at a gas station on 112th for that high-speed highway coming through there, a gas station in a neighborhood at an intersection that is already troublesome.
So if I may ask, and you're being visionary, so thinking about this just not for Highway 85, we have others, right? We've got of our own device, Highway 2. We've got 85. We've got portions of 76 that obviously also cut through. So should be more broadly looked at with some of the stakeholders about some of the north south, where we can even at ourselves about how to improve connections or connectivity east and west of some of those major transportation corridors.
Just something to think about.
On the Parks and Rec and Open Space chapter, there's 4 goals dealing with existing parks and how you make those, how you make improvements to those and make those the best that they can be. Then a goal about future parks, and we have new ones. How do you make those be effective for areas in the city that don't have them? Then we have recreational opportunities for all, and that goes back to, again, if you're a little child all the way to a senior, we need to be able to provide additional recreation opportunities for all ages and on all abilities in our city. And then number 4 deals with multi-use trails and open space, is to continue to develop and maintain a connected system of trails and open space. We know that's a plus that a lot of people like, and so how does that continually be advanced as we go forward?
Do we own the exterior of the arsenal between the fence and Quebec? The fence and Highway 2, the fence and 96?
100 feet.
Pardon me? We own 100
It's
feet?
100 feet.
That's a lot. And I drive around there and think, man, what a waste of great space that could be activated. Miles and miles. Like around it, 25 miles times 100 feet. I can't even do the math. divided down into acres. I mean, it's a whole city.
Sure.
That is just sitting there abandoned. It would be good to take a look at that too.
Sure.
I'm still having a little bit of trouble with the language on all these things because goals and objectives need to have dates associated with them. I mean, we did this when we sat with Jason and Bredak. He said, okay, you need to put times with this, short term, midterm, long term, and there's none of that in this. There are just these things like work towards ensuring each, what does that mean, work towards? We're looking at this as 30 years, right? But technically, this will be redone again in 10 years,
About 10 years.
right? So in theory, we at least need to be making that distinction. You know, if there's new inventions coming, maybe they're coming in 20 years, but in 10 years, we're gonna have the same thing for a while, right? We need to have times in this so that people are held accountable for accomplishing the goals and the objectives. And if we make changes, if the future city councils make changes to it, then there needs to be a reference point. So they say, okay, we're gonna have to put this out 10 years or whatever, but otherwise it'll just sit there and float along for 30 years and nothing will be accomplished.
Especially on our implementation strategies, I think we could have some timing, right? These are more of the actions. A lot of the goals are written to be that you're always working on them, right? That you're always trying to coordinate, right? That's not necessarily checked off, but we can be sure that there's some specific language with the implementation actions for sure.
Yeah, objectives should definitely have time associated with them.
All right, we have 3 chapters and then we'll go to the policies and we'll okay, public facilities.
So public facilities and infrastructure is a lot of the everything else that doesn't fit into neighborhoods or employment and land use, but super important topics, right? Goal 1, coordinating with our school districts. We heard that a lot from you all, from the community, from others. Goal 2, public safety and emergency response, obviously super duper important. Goal 3 was something a little bit newer than was explored in the 2010 comp plan, and we heard it a lot from the community that they wanted to be sure that there were lifelong opportunities and resources for learning, right? And that can be a whole variety of things, language opportunities, vocational opportunities, life skills, right? All sorts of things would be included in that one. Number 4, healthcare facilities, programs, and human services. Right, we heard that, and I think it's even in another chapter, but that there was interest, right, in a hospital or some sort of large-scale medical facility and things like that. Goal 5, again, very important, right, working with our public works department, but right, that we have high-quality infrastructure to support our development, right, to support the future of the city. Goal 6, and we haven't mentioned this one. Goal 6. Specifically addresses the financial stability of the city, right? All of these things cost money. Goal 7, coordinating with our any agency that comes into play, right? But with the water district, right? Providing water and wastewater services and that related infrastructure. And then goal 8 is a little bit newer, but something that we heard a lot, right, from you all in the public, increasing access, right, to local government, that the public knows how to be involved, that the, important information can be found on the website, right? We stream our meetings, things like that. So those are sort of the high level 8 goals for public facilities and infrastructure at this time. I hope it goes without saying, but obviously, everything that we bring to you all is in draft form, right? So it can be changed and modified in any way you see fit. But right, my favorite thing to say is we don't want to bring a blank piece of paper because, right, drafting that type of language would take us months and years. So please let us know. We can change that, right? So these have been, gone through various rounds of review and revisions, right? Even since it was emailed to you, but there's room for plenty of additional tweaking as necessary, adjustments, additions, etc.
Okay. Next one, arts, culture, tourism. So we have 4 here, celebrate the communities, celebrate the culture of Commerce City, number 1. Number 2 is historic preservation. That was not in our current code, our current comp plan. So build upon what makes historic sense for the city. Number 3 is public art. Public art was also not in our current comp plan. So how do we build upon the arts and culture found in our community? And number 4 is the one requirement from the state that we have to have in our comp plan is the tourism generator. And so how can the city build upon or enhance any tourism opportunities? So that's our arts and culture and tourism. Yes, sir.
Yeah, just one thing, a lot of culture lives through art, right? And one thing that we haven't done a very good job of in the past is having diverse art that represents the culture of the city. And so I'd like to see something in here to that effect, to make sure the art is representative of the communities.
Also under 1A, it says recognize and commemorate the original communities of the Commerce City area. What does that all involve?
So those are our 5 original communities that were formed when Commercetown. So it was Derby, it was Rose Hill, Adams City, Irondale, and Commercetown. And then those all then came Commerce City. DuPont is kind of the other original one that's in the county, but it's still within our growth area. But those would be honoring those unique, some of them were agricultural, some of them were industrial, but giving some type of recognition, whether that's through, special signage or markers or lighting or site improvements, things like that. Yes, ma'am.
Because I would hope in the south area, especially identifying part of the Asian culture as well, because all in the south area was at one time in the 1950s and 60s farms that a lot of Asian culture started. So I would like that recognized in there also.
Could you repeat those neighborhoods, please?
I'm sorry.
Could you repeat those neighborhoods?
Oh, those original
Derby,
communities?
Rose Hill.
Yeah, so Adams City, Derby, Rose Hill, Irondale, and Commercetown. And then DuPont would be the one that's in the county in our growth area.
Does it make sense to have a just more stated goal of having a public arts culture plan? We don't have that. Kind of looking at how and where to place public art, think about the cultural integrity and diversification. It's something to be able to create some smart goals or objectives tied within that.
Well, I think along those same lines, the DEI Commission should have an involvement in that to make sure all the cultures are addressed within the city, and we should be either like have a historic commission possibly as involved as well, because I do think that's part of the problem where a lot of Commerce City, especially in the south, all the history is told or reported according to some people instead of how the history actually was. And it's even identified in our historical museum. So
The concern I have, this is just speaking from experience, is that when you have points of reference to culture, art, without something that's helping to put it all well together and package, you're gonna end up falling short. So having a plan and having it be time specific gives accountability, and it gives us something to be able to take for either federal grants, state or local funding to help support. But wanted to get your thoughts on that.
I think that's a good idea to kind of hash out some of the details, because that's something that we lacked in the past, where it's just you have an art consultant and they kind of just bring whichever artist and then you pick from
That's very
those
true.
things.
I've sat on those communities.
Yeah, instead of, for this part of the community, look at the demographics, look at the history, and, this is what we're trying to accomplish with the art. So I think you do need a plan to kind of put all that into place.
I would also love to see an art center. I've noticed that the art that has moved in is actually a signal of gentrification, because they're moving in from other areas. They're moving in from the Rhino area where they've been displaced into an area that's more affordable for them, but they aren't artists from here. And I've heard from some of the residents that they would love a place to go to have their own little space studio like they do over in the Magnolia Building. I know that those people bought it and they're right there because they bought it, but to have those things available to our citizens who can't afford something like that, who would still like to participate in the arts, would be, I think, really beneficial and a way for people who work really hard to have a release of their
Christine,
spiritual
could you
side.
speak up? I forgot my hearing aids.
Oh, I'm
tonight.
sorry. No, I was just saying that it would be nice for our residents to have a cultural center or art center that they could go and do their art. And I was saying that we're saying gentrification happened here, where the artists who are married to people who support them and have that luxury of being able to pursue their art, they're here now because they got pushed out of other areas that became too expensive for them to have. So they're here, but they're not our residents, and they're professional artists. It's and I applaud that. I think that's wonderful. But then what about our citizens? What about the people who live here?
I'm sure it's been said, but as I said, I forgot my hearing aids, so I apologize if I'm repeating anybody. To leverage our diversity, I don't see that emphasized enough. You know, there are great cultural entities here that need to be showcased in some fashion. And art can be more than paintings or sculptures. It can be theater, music, etc. So a cultural center, arts and culture center, should include everything. I know we could be a very dynamic town if we capitalized on all of our assets.
I think that we are data arts 30-year culture, and that started out as a group of seniors who.
And they're actually in the implementation, pursue a cultural center and a performing arts venue. So we have heard that from multiple people before. So I 100% agree, yeah.
I would beef up a goal to make that clear.
Okay.
And also when it says partner with historical society, showcase the history of Commerce City. I think that since this is a 30-year thing, we have the Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Committee now, that maybe we should broaden that out to be more inclusive of other groups. You know, we have Cultivando, we have all kinds of different groups at Commerce City that should be included in terms of history.
Okay, great. Thank you. All right, and then the final, and again, this will not be a standalone chapter, it'll be interlaced throughout.
Yeah. So environmental and sustainability goals, well, environmental was identified as a core principle. So like I said, it will be found in every chapter. We're imagining some like call outs and things like that. But for sake of conversation, we grouped them all together here. So you'll see a goal on specifically on air quality and a goal specifically on water quality. And certainly things we've heard a lot from the community. And then another goal on water conservation, that's something we heard a lot from our planning commission as well as the CAC as well, right, was being sure that we're mindful about water usage and requirements, regulations on everything that encompasses moving forward to ensure the sustainability of the city. And then we also have physical and mental health and food resources both identified here. Again, they fit throughout, right, throughout the whole plan. But so you'll see some a specific goal on both of those with objectives for each. And then emergency and disaster events, right, being sure that that's being planned for in the best way that we can. Goal 7 is about sustainable growth. And then goal 8 and 9 are about sustainable practices, one sort of external, right? And then another goal about internal city practices to be sure that those are sustainable. Again, will be found throughout the entire plan because it was identified to be that important.
Hazards is another option, and we didn't talk about hazards in this. And it seems to me that that should be included in some fashion. There were 1,600 earthquakes in Commerce City at one point. We must have a fault around here somewhere that got triggered.
Thank you.
You know, the open fields in terms of fire hazards, all that kind of stuff. The second creek, first creek, third creek are going to be open expanses for potential fires.
We use the terminology emergency and disaster events. Do you prefer the terminology of hazard events or?
What number is that?
Number 6.
Yeah, I see. I got it. Well, it's not inclusive. It depends on, I mean, that really isn't saying what I'm saying.
We can have that, sure.
There's nothing wrong with that. It's just not saying what I'm suggesting.
When was the last flood that we had?
That big flood?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Remind me of what happened with that. What was the?
It rained a lot.
It just rained a lot. I didn't know if it was a big storm or if it was days of rain or.
Are you talking about the South Platte flood?
Yeah.
2021, just South Park, Thompson flooded, White Town.
Sand Creek.
Sand Creek, it was just
Yeah.
day upon day of rain.
There was a big risk to one of the dams on Morrison because of the flows coming from the north, which was threatening Iron Dam. That was probably for us, the biggest risk.
Pipelines. You know, we have pipelines in here.
Oh,
We have
yeah.
giant electrical towers that people are living next to. We have a lot of
We have a
interesting
lot of
stuff in Commerce City. Yes.
All right, so finally, just a couple of policy questions that we wanted to hear from you. I'll just read them, all 5 of them, and then you all can chime in on any or all as you see fit. So the first one is, so the city encourage or allow growth in areas that have little or no infrastructure? And if yes, should the developers then pay more of the cost? So that's kind of a policy question, right? Number 2, for new residential development, should the city require affordable housing? And you can require it through a minimum number of units or percentage of the development, or they could pay a fee in lieu that can go to create affordable products. So number 2 has to deal with affordable housing. Number 3, should the city have additional regulations on truck-related businesses? And those regulations could be a special use permit, a locational restriction, better design, routes and things like that. Number 4, would the city benefit from additional use by rights and fewer special uses, conditional uses, or do you all feel like there's a good balance now? Or would you like to see that modified a little bit? And then number 5, knowing that the city has gone a long way on its image, how does the city continue to improve its image? Any specific ways that could help there? So those are kind of the 5 policy questions. we would just love to hear if you all have any thoughts one way or another on any of them. So, yeah.
Thank you. I agree on the same line as the mayor. I think it's disappointing that the company that did this or the consultant isn't here tonight to give us an update, since this has been 9 years, if they have any comparisons for us. And, you know, a lot of things happened in 9 years, so it would have been nice to know that they have any suggestions as well, since this was done in 2013. So it would have been nice to have them here to see what if they had any comparisons or suggestions for us as well.
And I would have liked to have had the policy questions ahead of time, because I'm the type of person that likes to think things through. I don't like to be off the cuff, because it seems like when you rush or you react to something, you're not always coming up with what's really gonna be effective and meaty and have teeth in it. And so I would have liked to have had those beforehand so that I could have really thought them through. This way, I don't know.
So what may be appropriate is that this has still got a long, I won't say a long ways to go, but it still is in draft form and we still have to put the entire document together. This presentation with the questions can be emailed out to you all. And obviously, as we come back before you, it gives you a little bit more time to chew on it. Thoughts on that?
Yeah.
Yeah. I think these are all very valid policy questions for you all, but get those out there on the table, see what comes of it, look at the goals, look at the land use map, think about transportation. And then, you know, as we continue to come back to you all, as this gets more refined, that policy discussion will start to weigh in.
And then just so you know,
Steve?
I'm sorry.
The mayor has
Oh,
one.
yes, sir.
How much was this contract for?
How much is the contract for?
I guess I'll look at Jim. The contract for the HL portion of this,
What about it?
how much is it, or was it?
My recollection for this, Mayor, is a little less than 300,000. Their total contract right now is 700 plus, but that's got 3 more elements that have not been begun yet.
With regard to their presence here though tonight, I believe the scope of services sets forth what meetings we would have them be at. So if they're not here, it's probably because we didn't ask them to be here, didn't require them to be here, but that feedback is certainly something that
We can take
we
back.
can address.
I mean, I asked that because I feel like I'm hearing a lot of work being done by our internal staff, more so than work being done by our consultant. And to the tune of $750,000 being paid to this contractor. Our planning staff was very busy. And when we went forward to approve doing the comp plan and hired a company to come do it, the idea being they're going to do the lion's share of the work. So our planning staff can continue to do the daily duties that are required of a community development department. But what I'm hearing over and over and over is we're doing this, we're doing this, we're doing this. And that raises a lot of concern, because how are we able to improve the timelines for development reviews and improve upon the procedures and make sure that everything is being done to the utmost and best ability when that is taking a back seat to community development, putting forth a comp plan. So it goes beyond just their lack of presence here, which I get they could have been invited, and maybe been here. I'm hearing a lot more involvement out of our internal staff than was ever imagined. And that's concerning to me. And I'm getting head nods as if there's agreement to what I'm saying.
It's a lot of work for staff. There's no doubt about it.
And I think you've done a great job, personally. I mean, you know, with a few tweaks here and there.
Sure.
You know, I say kudos to you for for doing all this work and taking it on and hearing us and knowing that it needs to be done, so you've taken it on to do it.
I hear your concerns, Mayor. Obviously, I know CD and her team are going to take it back, kind of look at how that division of work has occurred over the last 3 to 4 months and just have some more conversations with the consultant on just tasks and duties. I can't speak to, but I guess maybe Steve or Jennifer or Jim, you may want to speak to why you've had such an involvement with the consultant on this.
I think, have we done more than probably we anticipated? Yes. I think you go back to the last time that John Halsell and Josh presented to you, you were very concerned about some of the responsiveness, some of the listening to the community. We took that seriously and felt like that we needed to make sure we were listening to the community. We have calls with them and talk to them every couple of weeks, and they are doing work. They did a draft of the goals and objectives and sent it to us, and then we met with our community and massaged it. They are putting together the draft plan at this time. So are they doing as much as we anticipated? Probably not, but are they doing, it's not like they've dropped off the face of the earth. They are doing work. It's just, we're kind of being the face up front and working with our community and making sure that we get the things that we're hearing from the CAC, the citizens, our staff working group, and it gets translated into what comes before you. So again, are we doing more than we thought we would? I wasn't here when we contracted, but in reading the document, probably so. I think Matt was right. They burned a lot of their time for meetings and all early on, so that we don't have to come back and ask for more money on the contract, because that's the last thing we want to do. We have picked up a few of those meetings and are doing that. But these two folks have put in a ton of work and have done a great job with it. And but we are working closely with House Levine and trying to get documents and get stuff from them, and we'll continue to do so.
Councilmember Noble.
I'm kind of a numbers person on these things. My recollection is $350,000 was the contract for the environmental consultant group that we're working with. The comprehensive plan consulting was $750,000. Big difference between 350 and 750.
That's correct, but that included a transportation plan, a Parks and Rec master plan, and an economic development strategy.
Are they doing the rest of it then?
None of which has begun yet, because they all were supposed to get through with this, and we're evaluating those.
And we're actually pulling the economic development strategic plan piece out of it. The individual that they have at their firm no longer is there to do the work. And similarly, at the same time, it just happens to dovetail that there's a lot of strong emphasis on getting that going so that we're able to help have a more strategic path for economic development with all of the priorities that it's been given and some of the things that have emerged through READ Act and elsewhere in our community that we don't want to wait. We want to get that going. Right, we've got some global ideas and thoughts within the comp plan that line up with what we've heard with READ Act, what we've heard with the community. So particularly to that point, we're able to pull it out. I think the Parks, Rec, and Golf plan and the Transportation Master Plan, right? We want to get to a position with the comp plan to see where we're at. Does it make sense to take that next step with them or somebody else to help kind of keep us moving forward? But we are where we are here with the comp plan, so that once again, that we can continue with the effort that started 2 years ago.
Then on these kinds of contracts, what recourse does the city have in getting refunds when the partner has not performed or performed adequately?
So with regard to what has been discussed here, specifically, for example, the economic development plan, that was part of the contract that was made an option to be done at our option, and that was bid at that price. So we will simply let them know we're not going to exercise that option. They will not do it. We will not pay for it. So it's not a situation where there's a legal issue with regard to a breach, and we're looking at what our options are.
And to subtract from the 750,000?
Right, my recollection of the way that this was bid out and of the scope of services was that, for example, the transportation plan also, there's a dollar amount associated with that on the bid. And that's gonna occur at our option. So if we say you're not gonna have you move forward with this section, they will not do that. And that you could essentially just pull that number off the total in your head of what we would be paying on that contract, because you would not pay that amount, because they're not gonna exercise that part of the scope.
And what about performance issues, though? It's clear that there's been performance issues. They had problems with our volunteer committee. And other issues have come up. You know, they were recognized to not handle themselves appropriately or well at a city council, you know, in talking with the city council at one point. I just am wondering, when you're talking about $750,000 for something that our staff has stepped up to do the lion's share on, then it would seem there would be some recourse.
Not having the contract in front of us, we'd have to go back, take a look. I do know that there are certain stipulations in there that allow us that off ramp and or I'll call it, lack of better words, compensation for the activities in the work. I just don't have those at top of mind, top of head, but it's something that we would have to circle up internally with and review and be able to get back to council.
I'm glad the mayor brought it up so that we can take a look at that. If anyone's interested, I think it's worth taking a look at, given the significant amount of money that was involved.
And I would just note that our contracts, you know, we do have provisions with regard to termination, whether we want to terminate for cause or not, but there, of course, would have to be basis for termination for cause. I've not been asked to look at that, and I don't want to speculate at this point or in this forum whether there's something there or not. But certainly if staff were to bring an issue, or if there is consensus of council to look at something, then I would certainly do that for you as well.
Thank you.
Yeah, my question for staff is that something that you guys, would want us to do? Because I know usually with consultants, it's you fire them, you pay for the work that's been done, and then depending on if there's cause or not, determines the rest of the contract. Whether there's more. So is that, do you guys want to fire the consultant?
There have been days when we probably did, but I think they owe us the draft of the rest of the document. And I think once we get that, if it's in good shape, then we can continue to work. We are monitoring their billing. Their billing has, as their production has dropped, their billing has dropped. So we're not paying the amounts per month that we might have otherwise. But I think if we get a good product in the draft, then we're at a point where it makes sense to continue on. If it's not good, then we may very well come back to you. We'll talk to Jason and figure out a path forward there. But
yeah, I hope that you guys would let us know if issues arise, and that's the route that we want to go.
I mean, that's why we're evaluating have evaluated the economic development. We're looking at Parks and Rec, seeing is this the best thing to do, or do we move on? Because we want to get the best bang for the buck that we can. And but we also are trying to work to get this plan finished, and so it's a balancing act there.
I hope the draft is better than other documents I've read recently. That's all we have for this.
We have to, sure.
All right, thank you. Appreciate you guys' effort, and thanks for everything that you've done to make this happen. Like I said, it's disappointing to me that so much effort has come out of the staff in order to get this accomplished, as opposed to the direction that we thought it was going to go. Look forward to seeing that draft. Thank you. All right, Mr. Robinson, please come give us a verbal update on the hazard pay and retention bonuses discussion.
Yes, sir. Excellent. Thank you all, Mayor, members of council. I will try to be super quick. As staff was preparing council's desired hazard pay and retention bonuses, there were just a couple of questions that we wanted to come back made sure we had clarity on so that we were representing your interests best. So just as a reminder, last time we discussed it, council agreed on a $2,500 hazard pay bonus to be issued in the first pay cycle in November to the applicable employees, which we'll talk about in a second. And then a one-time $1,000 retention bonus to go towards every employee, including those who had already received the hazard bonus. Based off of council's discussion, the consensus that staff drew from that discussion was that the employees that would be eligible for the hazard pay bonuses are any member of staff who, as part of their primary job duties, must work in the field or directly interact in person with the public. And then just to make sure we covered the bases, there were two different departments / divisions that council mentioned by name that we want to make sure they were all covered. We included every member of police staff who may or may not meet that definition, and every member of code enforcement and the building inspection staff who may or may not meet that definition. And then employees based off of legal rules around payroll, employees are only eligible if they are an active employee on the payroll at the time of the bonus being issued. I'll stop there briefly. Does anyone have any concern with that definition?
Public Works was a part of that as well. Was it had to out
Yeah.
working with the
And Parks and Recreation.
Sure, yes, and so to capture that, because we weren't sure about, for example, administrative staff who may be working in PRG or maybe working in Public Works, but aren't working with the public. That is why we use the language of working in the field or working directly in the public. If it is council's direction, we can include every member of Parks, Rec and Golf and every member of Public Works.
So think of your planner or your project engineer that maybe came into the office, but their level of exposure is very different than someone like a public works inspector actually in the field walking from projects like the project site. So there is some nuance within it.
I thought we said anyone directly in the public.
Yes, then that is what we have captured here. We just, the council's consensus on the specific departments, that would include everyone, were police and then code enforcement and building.
But it's the, if they are public works out on the street, they may not be interacting with the public, but they can't do their job from home.
Yes, ma'am, and that's why we
That
said
was the
in the
difference
field.
for me. Can you do your job from home?
Yes,
Do
ma'am.
you have to come to the office? If you don't have to come to the office and you can do your job at home, then you don't get hazard pay.
Exactly, and we have captured that, thank you.
So by the field, we mean, like everyone in the maintenance centers and
Exactly, yep,
just want to make sure. They're
yes, sir.
covered.
When did these employees have to be employed from?
That is one of the questions I wanted to ask. So it seems like that definition works for everyone, so I'm glad to hear it. Our first question, there wasn't really consensus that we could draw from on a waiting period. So there was some brief conversation about having a waiting period for one or both of these bonuses of 6 months prior to the bonuses being issued. So we wanted to get clarity on, does council want to institute a waiting period for either the hazard pay or the retention bonuses? And if so, how long would they like that waiting period to be? We've used the length of 6 months as an example because that is our probationary period for staff members.
What is the purpose of this hazard pay?
The hazard pay is to, I believe from what council has said, is to thank employees who are taking on an extraordinary amount of risk by working in the field or working with the public during the pandemic.
During
During the
yeah.
pandemic, thank you. So when does that count?
So based off of this, it's tricky. So based off of our payroll rules, we cannot reimburse anyone for any work that was done prior to this year. Because there is still technically a public health emergency declared at the federal level. I'm sorry. Okay.
State, but you're good.
Yes, okay. It was difficult for us to discern at what point do we say there is not substantial risk. So what we have said instead is based off of the time of it being issued, are they meeting these criteria? So unfortunately, there isn't a way for us to reward employees, for example, for doing the work that they did in 2020. We can only pay them in the current payroll year.
And should they work
Calendar year,
here?
right?
Calendar year.
given that, I would say, and my preference would be anybody that was employed on January 1st.
For both the hazard pay and retention bonuses, or just hazard pay?
You want the hazard pay right now.
Okay.
That would be my preference if they were employed on January 1st, they would be eligible.
Yeah.
But I'm just one of 8, so.
We've got that on the table.
6 other opinions to hear from.
I would agree with that.
Yeah. And is still employed.
Sure. And so, yeah, that's something I did want to clarify.
Is
So
employed by, on January 1st, but is still employed by.
if they were employed January 1 and quit January 2, they're not going to receive bonuses. We're not going to track them down. The other thing I did want to ask is we do have a couple of examples of employees who have moved positions to a position that would no longer qualify for hazard pay, but on January 1 would have been working in the hazard pay bucket.
In my opinion, they're eligible because they were part of that group that was at risk.
So
January.
on January 1 where they were, we can work with that. Great.
Or even if they had to step out of their existing role for a week to backfill another department or something of that nature, and that made them that. It makes sense that you would compensate for that risk. That was.
Okay.
We got direction on that.
Great. Easy question here. For hazard pay, oh, sorry.
We haven't gotten to the retention.
Oh, retention bonuses, my apologies. Do we want a waiting period for the retention bonuses?
I would say anybody that's currently employed with the city at this time, is to help promote them to retain their employment with the city.
No matter when they began.
It's a retention bonus, not hazard from back in January. That's my opinion.
Do we have a probationary period for new employees?
Yes, sir, 6 months.
6 months is the probationary period for a new employee?
I'd be comfortable doing that.
I think anybody that's not under probation, in their probationary period, I would be fine with.
I'm good with that.
And I'm one of 8, so you guys chime in if you're not agreeing.
And
I would like to see more of a prorated approach. So anyone, not in the probationary period, get the entire amount, and then maybe if someone's been here 3 months or whatever, just to have,
So maybe just for simplicity, for
for anyone,
half,
Still,
anybody from 0 to 6 and 1,000 for anybody
yeah.
who's off of probation in their role.
For like what the mayor proposed, at least your 6 months of service with the city.
Or if you're no longer on probation. If you're on probation,
Okay. So just to make sure that that there's clarity, 6 months, you get the full 100, you get the full 1,000. Anything less than 6 months, nothing.
And again, because this is nothing but nuance, I'm sorry. This is for employees who are brand new to the city in their 6-month probation, not employees who may have just received a promotion.
no.
Who,
The ones who, if they've been
Excellent.
here and they got moved, if you have somebody that moved up in the ranks or whatever, and they're on probation, no, they were here.
I just wanted to clarify. Thank you.
So just an additional question, because this obviously is what that wants. 6 months, employees that are here off probation. This is for existing employees, not new employees coming into the organization a month from now, 2 months from now, December 31st.
Well, we can't spend next year's money right now. So
Just clear, just trying to make sure that we are clear so that we don't miss a second.
I think though that maybe midway through the year next year would be good to sit down and look at our hiring trends and look at our retention numbers and be able to make an educated decision at that time whether or not the city needs to take action to retain the best and brightest within our organization.
Thank you. And yeah, just to clarify on Jason's point, it will be 6 months from the point at which that payroll runs. And so whenever that run on November 1st or whatever that is, it'll be measured 6 months from there. That is how we've talked to payroll. That is how that would process for them. So,
Yeah.
Okay.
And it would be good to know if there was any retention issue after the city manager departed.
Okay. Absolutely. We can talk to HR and see if we can get that information for you.
Anything else, Mr. Robinson?
Yes, briefly, for both hazard pay and retention bonuses, is it council's desire to include the director and deputy director position in either of these?
No, I think that that's something that the city council needs to take up on a separate subject.
Maybe we could get them all to come to the Christmas party if we handed them envelopes.
I'm not sure about the legality of conditioning these bonuses.
I
on
don't
the
know.
Christmas part, and
Hazard people
Ugly a sweater, just
over
for hazard.
here.
Okay.
Must be
Retention
present.
people over here.
Anyways, to the city council, I think that that's a subject we need to take up separately in order to address the fact that we've asked two individuals to step into a different role and make sure that they're taken care of for that.
And
It's
then.
the same way that another individual at the table was.
Final question, this kind of gets to a comment earlier. We are going to define this based off of as part of their regular work. They're working in the field or working with the public. There are employees that as part of their work have specific events, specific dates, specific times that they must need to be in the field or interacting with the public, but are not regularly doing it on a day-to-day basis. For example, community relations, a lot of their team is able to do a lot of their work remotely, but for events, they must be in person to help make sure the events are run appropriately. So does council want to touch that? Do we want to address that? Or do we want to leave it as just part of their day-to-day work?
I don't think we were having events, right?
Well, we're considering this year. And so
No,
events,
January 1 is the cutoff.
January 1.
Yeah, for hazard pay.
Okay.
Yeah, but I mean, we did have
Yeah.
music in the parks, we had a 70th anniversary celebration. And some of those employees come to boards and commissions meetings, which are in person, sitting in these rooms, things of that nature. I mean, if you are an individual who has had to interact with residents, businesses, applicants, whatever it is, if you were standing there face to face with them, having a conversation with them, that's what the hazard was, right?
We didn't, there are some committees that are still meeting by Zoom. Senior commission meets in person, but there are several that don't.
Yeah.
I don't recall any non-Zoom meetings once the pandemic hit in January 1st.
So what you just said there, Mayor, changes potentially who gets captured as the body under the hazard pay. Because I'll use a real life example. Planners would be in the office. When we opened the building back up to 2 days or 3 days, 4 days, we had residents, we had people coming in and still meeting. There was exposure. In the city clerk's office, we had staff there being present to help residents. So quite frankly, you could make an argument that there is an additional number, maybe the entire body of the city staff, because there is always at some point in time, some interaction, some interface with the public.
It was intended for a very specific group of people.
I get that. And I'm just trying to.
You can't compare like what an officer did
Mhm.
when someone
Okay,
came into the
It's
building.
when you have no choice. No choice.
more questions you ask, the more convoluted it's gonna get.
That was my last one, I promise. So that was my last clarifying question. So
What I would say for this year, the definition as how we have it makes sense.
Move on.
any problems? All right. Thank you all.
Can we review it at the next pandemic?
I count on it.
Yeah, I'm afraid so.
We're gonna move on to reports, Mr. Rogers.
Thanks, sir. Staff's executed a contract to begin work with on our fiscal impact growth management model. That's with EPS. Just as a reminder, what that studies to accomplish is an evaluation of our cost of growth within the city, relationship of cost providing capital facilities and ongoing annual services, the revenues that we collect to offset those impacts, and policy components to identify specific strategy and tools to address shortfall and how to be able to impact or mitigate the impacts of growth on city government. So we're going to be kicking that off here shortly, but want to let you know that that contract has been executed. With respect to the city attorney recruitment, we're getting solid response to that posting. We've had about, I'll say 15 plus applications, probably close to 20. It's been posted on 19 websites. We've mailed it to about 437 candidates, another 54 through our LinkedIn recruiter. And that position is slated to close by 10/31. With respect to economic development, just a friendly reminder that we have State of the City luncheon on Thursday. For Public Works, with 96th Avenue Telluride reunion, we anticipate the portable traffic signals to be installed by October 30, with the wire span traffic signal operating respectively by November 30th. There was flood debris at Fairfax Park and Sand Creek Trail due to the rain that we had during the first of the week last week, so we were spending a majority of our time cleaning that up. We're continuing mowing operations. We completed Highway 2 northbound. 96th Avenue has also been completed. We are also reassigning staff to address weed compliance off of 88th Avenue and Tower, and 2 properties acquired by the city in recent years. So we're doing also routine scheduled maintenance throughout the city. We repaired a various number of traffic signs. We've completed our work order for speed humps on 62nd Avenue. We've ordered new speed limit signs for our work orders on 60th and 64th. We've actually picked up the necessary amount of signs for 64th Avenue. We've begun to install those as we speak. You've got an upcoming study session on our fleet assessment. Once again, this is talking about our fleet composition, looking at how we're actually using our existing fleet. There will be an ordinance amendment and discussion that will come to you all in November timeframe. And at River Run Park for Public Works, there's been the replacement of 8 trash cans, 6 tables that were in dire need of repair and or replacement. So that was accomplished last weekend as well. And on a different note for PRG, as part of the sale of Broncos, the city received $631,461.97 from the Metropolitan Football Stadium District. Per the Metropolitan Football Stadium District Act and articles between the district and the football ownership, we are entitled to a one-time sharing amount in connection to the sale. The funds as part of that agreement are required to be used for youth activity programs. We must provide an accounting of how those funds will benefit youth activity programs in the community within a year's time frame to the district. PRG is exploring how these funds could be used, and obviously we are open to feedback that the council may have. But that was a nice gift for us to hear from the stadium football. 631,000. But like I said, if you all have feedback, by all means, please feel free to share that with myself so that I can get that with our team, and obviously we can come back to you with how we plan to utilize those. So by all means, reach out to me if you have thoughts, ideas, or insights.
Youth sports.
Youth sports, youth activities.
Youth sports.
Youth sports. Yes, sir.
So that could include
Golfing, soccer, softball.
I hate to say this because our youth football team is the Raiders, but we should definitely support the football in Commerce City.
Could a portion of that be split to both school districts, just, possibly see if they could benefit from some of that as well?
I can't say, I can't say yes or no. I haven't really looked at the act itself and how that has to, they just used it as youth activity programs. It's something that we can explore. And obviously we have our own program, but it's worth it. It's worth looking into it at a minimum.
We need to ask the youth commission how they want the money used for activities.
Mostly girls. How many of they were more interested in going to the symphony when I brought that up. So I don't know if that would be part of youth sports. Can you tell me how that money would be allocated? Would it be through grant application or we just decide who gets what?
So I think when we received it, it was the general thought from the district in their writing was that the city would be applying it to youth programs. It didn't speak to apportionment out to whether it's school district, ourselves, or any other related organization. I think they simply want to know, how are you actually using it? Are you actually using it?
So we just have to report back.
Yes, ma'am.
But I'm just curious how people can access the funding. If they hear about it, can they come to us, or do we go out and search to see how it's needed?
I don't think we had even gotten to that stage of the conversation. Like the PRG is trying to explore what they believe is in the best interest. Once again, this is an internal conversation. We haven't gotten to that level yet, but in the best interest of the community and see where it goes.
Might be a good topic to explore to see how somebody would go out. I would like to know that anyway, so that's wonderful. So thank you.
Anybody have any questions for Mr. Rogers regarding his report? Mr. Hader?
Thank you. Very little has changed since last week. I will simply note that several of you received an email with regard to a litigation hold. If you have not reviewed that, or if you have questions about that, not here, but if you have questions about that, please feel free to reach out to Sarah Geiger or myself, so we can give you instruction on what you need to do with that email and the documents that were contained with that. Other than that, I will be out of the office on Friday, but Sarah will be in charge. I will be out of the office Monday morning, but I'll be back in the afternoon. I'll be here Monday night for our meeting Monday night. That's it, really.
Anybody have any questions for Mr. Hader? Any council members wishing to make a report? Mayor Pro Tem?
Just on Thursday, October 6th, I attended the Commerce City Chambers Homeless Intervention meeting with Advantage Services. And that was just a real interesting potential option for the homeless in Commerce City. So I have.
Councilmember Madera?
Kind of the CML Policy Committee, and a couple legislation or possible legislation kind of stood out. There's one that is being proposed by the state, which essentially zones more dense housing in an effort to increase affordability. There, we haven't seen written text on that, but I just wanted to inform everyone about that and have our lobbyists for Commerce City work with whoever ends up drafting this bill to make sure that it meets the needs of Commerce City, because it really seemed like the state wanted to set zoning on high traffic corridors that would affect us and increase the housing density. Another policy that came up is for red light cameras. And the biggest piece on that one that stood out is it would require 1 year of warnings be sent out to anyone caught in violation. So wanted to make sure that that was on our radar, and we discussed that as well. And I just wanted to bring up Fairfax because been going there the past week quite a bit, and it looks great. A lot of the parks do actually they've come a long way since the beginning of the year, and so I want to commend staff for all the work that they've done on those, and really appreciate it.
Councilmember Noble?
Go ahead. Speaking of red light tickets, I am the not very proud recipient of one from CCPD at the intersection of Highway 85 and 62nd. And when I was in court on another well, in the building on another matter, I talked to the court person as I was trying to pay, and he said, I never use that intersection. And then I had to go down to the police department and pay it to her directly, and she said, I never use that intersection. So just so you know, I am not using 62nd and Highway 85 again, where all those 5 streets come together is terrible. Anyway, I attended also, as Jennifer did, the Homelessness Panel with the folks from Salt Lake City that was hosted by the Chamber of Commerce, and Trent was there. It was, and the police department was represented, fire department was there. It was very interesting, but it also raised several questions about existing services, coordinating existing services, et cetera, that maybe we don't need to reinvent the wheel. What do we need to do? And then we also had a boards and commissions meeting. Let's see, a resident informed me that it's 303 acres around the arsenal for a park. They did the math. Also, there have been some activity regarding changing council policy. And our practice had been that council policy changes went through the governance and policy committee and then came to the city council, as opposed to staff and the city attorney working together on making changes to our council policy. So I just wanted to remind everyone that that still exists. Megan Grimes was the 3rd person on that committee. So obviously we're going to need a replacement, but we do currently have 2 people on that committee. And then I have a question. There was a 5-vehicle accident on Buckley Road, very serious accident. It doesn't seem to me that it was in Commerce City, but can someone clarify Buckley Road and 120th on who is Commerce City, who is Adams County, who is Brighton at that intersection?
Double check on that, but I'm pretty sure that is unincorporated Adams County.
Pardon me?
I'll have to double check our maps, but I'm pretty sure that's unincorporated Adams County.
That was Adams County, you think?
I believe, I have to double check.
Pardon me? Unincorporated Adams County, right.
It's outside the city limits.
Yeah, because I thought we probably would have been informed. So that remains an open question. How are we going to get unincorporated Adams County to cooperate with us to get that intersection fixed? It is a real nightmare at 120th and Buckley Road.
We can send out an update on where we're at with 120th, the road widening project. We have been interfacing with Adams County as it pertains to some contribution, whether that be a right turn lane coming into that intersection. Those are some of the details that we are still trying to finalize. But we can kind of give you an update on where we're at with that project, the conversations that we're having with Adams County, and see where those go.
Have they indicated a willingness to expand Buckley Road?
I don't believe at this time, they have not given us any commitment towards that. I think we have tried to communicate that with the level of development that's to occur in and around that intersection, and that Buckley Road will play a significant role in our minds from the city as part of that north-southbound traffic from the city to unincorporated to Brighton. But we're going to continue to keep making those overtures.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilmember Douglas.
Yes, thank you. So first of all, I'd like to remind everybody that today is Indigenous Peoples' Day. And we have a significant population of Indigenous people here in Commerce City. And so I feel like we should honor that and in just mentioning it that we do recognize it. And Indigenous Peoples' Day has not been around that long. And it's something new, and I think it's about time that we recognize that. On Tuesday, I went to the Prairie View High School I attended actually via Zoom, the Prairie View High School of Business board meeting. I've been on that board for I don't know how many years now. Wanted to bring back that they thank the city and the city staff for making the intern experience a great win. They're still talking about it. They can't wait to do it again this year. And they just really appreciated being able to work with the city. And it was highly successful. So I wanted to mention that. On Thursday night, I went to a youth commission meeting. And the youth commission has a video, which I believe is going to be on the website. And they knocked it out of the park. They did such a great job. And they're really working on recruiting and also doing so many things in the community. And so we really need to support our youth commission and get the word out that it is a good organization. And you can start in your freshman year and go all the way through high school with that. So we got to get the word out. Then on Friday, I met with Officer Chris Castillo. He came out and met with the neighborhood residents from the Landmark Academy neighborhood, and just really appreciated how much time and interest he took in meeting with those residents and the work that's going to come out of it. I really think that working together, we're going to get that issue resolved. The only other thing I want to bring up was that on Thursday night, when I attended the youth commission meeting, I had some trash in the car that I wanted to throw away, and I came in, I brought it in, and I was going to put it in a container in the lobby. There wasn't one. So I came around to where the chambers is to throw it away. But I saw something that kind of threw me off just a little bit. And that was that Councilmember Hurst was up in front of a group of people who were sitting at a table that was set up like we used to have it set up in when we had our study sessions in the chambers. And I don't know who they were, but up on the screen, he had a slide that said metro districts with all this stuff underneath it. They looked to me like they were developers. I don't know. That's how they were dressed. Maybe they weren't. I don't know. But can you tell me who they were?
They were the Civic Academy.
They were the civic, well, thank you. Thank you so much.
I thought their studious appearance would help you.
Oh.
No, so that was our 7th session.
Oh, wonderful.
It was our follow-up on budgeting, and then we also had John in to
right.
talk about metro districts.
Okay,
and then
maybe look like a
council
fool.
member. No worries, I appreciate you.
Well, I
you
was
asking.
just really concerned because it was like, what is this? And to see metro districts up on the screen though, kind of really threw me off.
Sure.
So I suppose that he was educating our citizens on
100%.
metro districts.
Yes, ma'am.
Very good. So glad I brought it up and didn't mean to make a fool out of myself, but I really had to ask because I was like, what is this? So thank you very much for answering my question.
And I will mention that in the future, if any other council members want to be involved, please reach out. I would love to have as many council members involved as possible.
Wonderful. All right, thank you. That's it.
Any others? All right, Friday afternoon, I spoke with Leadership Commerce City while they were here touring the city and getting updates from all our city staff. And prior to that, Mr. Rogers and I spoke with a developer who is interested in developing property along 104th Avenue west of the King Soopers. That's all I have. We'll adjourn now to the Urban Renewal Authority meeting. 5 minutes for everybody to get set up and all relevant people to vacate and all these people that are here. By 5 minutes, I mean 2 minutes. Let's go.
Yes.
Oh, thank you.
When I read that.
Hey Chaz, we're just taking a 5-minute break real quick before we get started, just FYI.
All right, thank you.
So it wasn't bad.
No, I know.
Help me, help you.
Always.
All right, I'll call the URA meeting to order. Ask Secretary to call the roll.
Chair Hughesman,
Present.
Vice Chair Alan Thomas, Commissioner Madera,
Present.
Commissioner Ford,
Here.
Commissioner Noble,
Here.
Commissioner Douglas,
Here.
Commissioner Hurst, Commissioner Davis,
Here.
Commissioner Tedesco,
Here.
Commissioner Boucher. Chair Hughesman, you have a quorum.
Thank you. This time I'm looking for a motion and a second to excuse the members not present.
So moved. Second.
I have a motion and a second to excuse the members not present. Is there any discussion? Seeing no request for discussion, we'll do a voice vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say nay. Motion carries unanimously. Now I'm looking for a motion and a second to approve the minutes.
So moved.
I have a motion and a second to approve the minutes. Is there any discussion? Seeing no request for discussion, do a voice vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say nay. Motion carries unanimously. Ma'am, you can come sit up at the table. There's a seat right here for you. You don't have to sit in it. Ms. Lovato. you can-
Oh, are you?
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
You don't have to sit all the way over there.
That's okay.
Come join us.
Thank you.
All right. Two presentations. First is Greyhound Park financial update and repayment priorities. Mr. Aiken, Director of Urban Renewal, please give the presentation.
Thank you. I know we're running a little behind, so I'll shorten up the strategic planning presentation so we can give the finances a lot of time and consideration tonight. As you know, we've been working on the Mile High Greyhound Park for the last couple of years. There's been a couple debt obligations that the CCUR has taken out to NIGID, the city, and other sources. And now that we have revenues coming in and a strategy in place, we want to get feedback. What Jason's handing out to you right now are 3 strategies that we'll discuss at the end of this presentation in about 15 minutes or so. But I also have the Excel sheet up that we used to produce this. So if you have any other suggestions or want to see how other models might work, we can take a look at those as well. Just really quickly before we get into the numbers, just a quick update on the project itself. The entire area is a multi-use district with rental, owner-occupied housing, as well as commercial, hotel, and the opportunity for a multicultural public institutional building. It's done in 2 phases. So what we're talking about right now, the monies that are coming in are the areas that are shown on the yellow polygon on the screen. And then the phase 2, which we will initiate at a later date after revenues start coming on those sides, are the areas shown in revenue screen. So the first phase is under construction. The second phase is still vacant land. The areas that you see in your screen in orange right here are either already built or currently under construction. It's most of phase 1, and then the balance of the land are the condominiums and the townhomes that will start construction in 2023. Some aerials from last week taken with the drone just to show you the single family and the duplexes, the Boys and Girls Club, status of the low income housing, Status of the affordable housing units here, they'll have residents moving in this month in October. And then the balance where the condos will go in the center and the townhomes along where the detention pond is. This is the balance of the property. So that's parcels A and B shown on the top of your screen that you can see in the background, the mountains. That's 9.5 acres that we've executed the contract with SRS Brokers out of Denver. Those properties will be live on the market on October 14th, which is this Friday. So we'll list those properties this Friday for sale. And then the balance of the land next to it is D1, which we're currently negotiating the TIF assignment that was approved through the CCURA back in September. So development inputs, just to kind of show you where these numbers are coming from. The area in green on your screen, so the 223 units that are affordable units, the 50 units that are truly low income units, the 30 single family homes and the 40 duplexes already constructed. And then the area in purple will start in 2023. So those revenues will start coming in around 2024. The non-residential 40,000 square feet of commercials being proposed, a 60,000 square foot tax-free building known as the multicultural building, and then 122 room hotel, which we do anticipate closing with that hotel for $1.1 million in November. So there will be some cash coming in as well. So TIF forecast, this right here is just a document that shows you how the TIF increment works over 25 years. Here's how we're actually performing and forecasted to perform, is that at full build out with all the different uses, we'll be collecting an annual bill of about $2.1 million. That starts in 2027. So it's a very appropriate time to start having these conversations as money's coming in. Who are going to be our priorities for repayment first? So that just shows you where we're currently at. So we're up to the 2023 tax year coming in next year, $64,000. So if nothing else happened out there, if the project just walked away, that's the increment that would come in over the next 25 years. But we anticipate with the hotel coming online, with more residential currently under construction, with the full build out being 2027, the first tax year being 2028, that is when we'll be stabilized with the expectation of about $2 to $2.1 million every year coming in for property taxes. And that's the increment. So what does that look like over the life of the TIF? It's approximately $48 million over, there's 23 years left in the current TIF. The second TIF will have 25 years on it. Those combine about $48 million over the life. These are debt obligations. So currently we have 4 debt obligations. The first is to Commerce City. The CCURA has taken out 4 loans from Commerce City. Those loans totaled $13.5 million with interest. Since those loans were restructured last year, we're at about $14 million right now would be the debt obligation from the URA to the City Council. The next is the NIGID. So essentially when the project was under development, coming up with the concept, one of the things that the URA decided to do was to purchase the ERUs, the equivalent residential units for the homes to be built to have water to service them. That loan was about $1 million. With the interest that we've been paying the last year or two, we're at about $1.1 million now. Regen is the developer's representative. That deal is structured at $5,000 a month. No payments have been made on that monthly bill yet. So those have been accumulating throughout the project. About $250 is the bill if we were to pay it in October. And then Greyhound Park LLC is the developer. We entered into a master development agreement with them for all the infrastructure, the roadways, the sidewalks, the sewers, the water lines, all the other horizontal infrastructures that would be put in place for a project like this. And the CCURA said that we would pay a certain percentage of that since the developer is a residential developer and doesn't necessarily benefit from putting the utilities on the land that the city URA still owns. So our obligation to them is 1.6. What is different about that 4th debt obligation is that the way that the MDA is structured is that when the CCURA sells the land that the CCURA owns, that money would go to cover the debt for the infrastructure. So not necessarily to pay back with TIF over time, that $48 million we're talking about. So when parcels A and B sell, we're anticipating in the neighborhood of $1 million to $2.5 to $3 million based on what uses would go in there. We would take those funds to pay off the infrastructure. Potential future obligations that the CCURA has been talking about for some time. The Del West D1 assignment back in September, we showed the finances behind the D1 building. Basically, that product will generate about $10 to $11 million in incremental property tax over the life. They've requested that $4 million be assigned to them. The balance would go back to the CCRA over 25 years. So we're currently working on that deal. Once it's finalized, we bring it to the CCRA to review and approve. And the next is a multicultural building. So right now, the multicultural building, we've gone through a planning exercise with HOK as our design professionals and architects on that project. They've recommended, or the preferred site plan had a 2-story building that had 2 30,000 square foot floors, so a total of about 60,000 square feet. Based on today's construction costs and interest rates to build that building, which would be about $18 million to build, it would take about $26 million in construction loans. So that would be our obligation that we'd have to pay back over a period of time through a revenue bond on that project. Right now, we have an IGA with Adams 14 that basically says that the district and the authority will work in good faith efforts to negotiate a deal in which the school board or the school would occupy a percentage of that building. The last time that we went back and forth with terms about a year ago, it was anticipated they might need about 15,000 square feet to do some sort of post-secondary or certification or technical type training for their students and or recent graduates. Other potential uses in that building that we've heard recently have been potentially a culinary program that might be a ghost kitchen or might be a restaurant incubator space. From economic development, they say that there are a tremendous amount of entrepreneurs that are trying to start restaurants in the area, but without capital, without training, it's hard for them to facilitate and start that small business. There's post-secondary educators that have said that they would be interested in maybe having some space for community colleges in that area. Commerce City Department, everyone knows we've had a lot of discussions about the fact that we're overcrowding this building or getting to the point that this building no longer meets our needs from a staffing perspective. Might be an opportunity to move a department over there. Housing Authority is going to relocate on that project. So the adjacent project where the apartments are currently under construction, Housing Authority already has space over there. So there's already some city staff moving to this project. The meeting or event space, business incubator space, historical society, or maybe a arts company. So those are some of the uses that might go in this building, assuming it proceeds as designed at 60,000 square feet. So our total obligation with the 4 that we currently have and the 2 that we're working on, we're looking at about $48 million for TIF to come out of that. So in terms of repayment priorities, I did hand out, or Jason handed out for me, 3 options that are stapled. Each one is stapled, they're clipped together. What I want to kind of go ahead and say as we're getting into this is that all of the current and future obligations that we've talked about are financially possible, but it might require some restructuring of our current debt that we'll talk about in those sheets that you have in front of you. Again, the most significant financial unknown at this time is whether or not parcels A and B will sell for $1 or sell for $4 billion. So we don't know how much cash we'll have over the next 12 to 18 months. The loan agreement for the city council, the way that that was structured earlier this year is that payments start in 2023, so next year, based on a 4% interest rate. And after we talk about these options in front of you, what I'll be looking for, and I know it's kind of an awkward position because I'm speaking to you tonight as URA members, not as elected officials. So the direction that we'll be looking for tonight is how you want URA staff to approach the city council at a future date to talk about the debt obligations for the loans that the city has given the URA. So with that, I'm going to bring up the Excel sheet that I have, and then I'm going to quickly walk you through the 3 scenarios in front of you. It's a lot of data. I'll just kind of go ahead and go over the framework of it. So each stapled page is the annual forecast of the TIF debt obligations and revenues coming in. So the way that they've been structured is over the life of the TIF, so to expire in 2050, it shows on an annual basis what revenues come in and then what the debt obligations are. The first one is based on our current structure, which requires us to start paying back the city starting next year at 4% interest. So what I'll quickly say about the 4% interest is that if we pay interest, the CCURA will basically be paying interest only until 2036 when we'll start paying on the principal, because that's how high the interest will get at 4% annual compounding. Based on that, and with a 4% construction loan, assuming that the city basically guarantees the loan that the CCURA would take out on the multicultural building, it would give us the bond capacity of about, to build about $11 million building. So about half of the building that we're currently talking about building. So it'd be potentially a smaller building if we kept that 4% moving forward. The second option is basically the percent that would allow the CCURA to start paying off the debt obligation to the city council, as well as build the $18 million building concurrently, so not having to take a break in between or delay one or the other. The 1% also is in alignment with one of the loans that the CCURA received from the city council for $3.75 million for affordable housing, and then reassign that $3.75 million to Del West as a loan that they're going to start paying back, but they are paying that back to the CCURA at 1% interest. So really the discussion between those two options comes down to if it is the CCURA's desire to move forward with the 60,000 square foot building, that it would be appropriate to direct staff to go to the city council and present them with a restructure of the loan that does start to pay the loan back next year, can pay back the entire loan at a 1% interest and still build the multicultural building as designed and as preferred by HOK. The last is an option that I haven't heard, but I wanted to present it anyways. And that's what do we do, or what do the finances look like if the multicultural building never gets built? So we don't have a debt obligation to build that building. And essentially that allows the CCURA to pay back the city council at the 4% interest, start paying back principal at a much earlier date, pay that loan off, and then have a balance of about $21 million in TIF revenue for other projects. So that's kind of three high level. If you guys have other ways you want to plug it in, I can certainly attempt to plug it in and run those numbers. But basically one is move forward with the deal that the CCURA currently has with the city council, restructure that deal to have a lower interest rate so that we can do the multicultural building or take up loans for it. Or the third might be to consider other options on what to do with the $20 million.
Just very quickly, you all may remember when this was brought in, this may have been with the old URA board, but the old URA board kicked out the initial payment of the repayment to the city by a year. And we were asked to go back, provide information as to debt obligations, anticipated revenue streams, and repayment schedule prior to that coming full tilt at the end of this year. So that's why staff is before you today, is to talk about how would you all like for us to present terms and conditions to the city council as it relates to repayment of that loan, and or starting to repay that loan and what that might look like.
I mean, I just sat in another meeting that was held earlier this evening where people on that meeting expressed a desire for a performing arts center, for an arts thing or whatever. So what is it going to take to get that built? Whatever option is going to take to get a multicultural building there that benefits the school district, who didn't receive much from this whole deal other than a bunch of students. And what is it going to take to benefit the community in order to have something that is, a centerpiece for that and actually make this project more than just a bunch of housing? Great. So come back to me with whatever it is that it's going to take in order to get that building under construction. Let's get our shovels and go out there and do a groundbreaking and get this thing built. Because right now we just keep kicking the can down the road year after year after year again.
And one thing I would like to add, I mentioned this before and I don't know if it's too late, but instead of the cultural center, as old as these schools are out here in Adams 14, and I know that previous school board approved trailers, but the possibility of helping, can there be a new school there, elementary, either Kearney or Central? Because like I said, those schools are overcrowded as it is. And how are we addressing these kids? Like I said, besides throwing them in some trailers at Kearney and Central.
So one of the things that we did do recently is I attended the board meeting on September 27th and asked for the Adams 14 school board in the next 60 days to give us what the terms are, what their needs are for that building. So we've been working hand in hand with their staff for the last several months. And it's at the point now where the staff is working with the board to figure out what their needs are. In addition to our agreement to work with them on that building, there was also a lump sum payment of $330,000 by the developer to the school that was intended for modular buildings. That money is still unspent and the needs have changed. So they're also going to be requesting a revision to the IGA to specifically say what those $330 or $330,000 are earmarked for.
And I think that's the important thing is there will have to be a change to the IJ that we have with them. In any sense, if it's not going to be what is identified as a career technical education service site. It appears we're moving away from that, and we're happy to be moving away from that, but we're going to have to memorialize that. So to your question, Mayor, I think we laid out how we think we can get there. We just have to present that back to City Council, and if there's agreement from City Council, then we can draft a new, I'll call it cooperation agreement under state law, so that we can keep that moving forward.
Now, this may be an unpopular opinion, and I say it as the chair of the Commerce City URA and not as the mayor of Commerce City. But if the city council of the city of Commerce City wants to have this facility and there's a cost associated with it, then you look at the amount of investment that's out there. If it's a $14 million loan, that's less than what it would cost to build the building. So I think that as the chair of the URA, my question would be, how much wiggle room are you going to give us on this $14 million loan to make this project happen? And ask the mayor and the city council what they can do on those terms.
I think that's fair. What does the rest of the URA board sound to that?
You've made reference to affordable housing. What is the definition of affordable housing for this project?
So correct me if I'm wrong, with the 50 units that are currently under construction, which are true low income housing by definition, or is it below 50% AMI?
So it's permanent supportive housing and veterans housing. So housing for families and or veterans in transition from 0 to 30% AMI.
And then the
That's
what?
the empower.
Yes,
That's the
and then the
empower.
affordable one is I think you have to be below 80% AMI and the
60 to 80% AMI.
The residents at Kearney Plaza had called, and the lowest rent was $1,200. And they had to demonstrate income twice that amount, which is impossible for any of them. They're on fixed incomes, you know, with either disability or as seniors. And I told them I thought it was affordable, and they said it's definitely not affordable.
If you'll just bear with me, ma'am, right there, that's probably a good one. Are we talking about parcel E2 is when they called you on?
Is that the one they're going to build?
So it's the larger of the two, so the 200 unit
So,
affordable housing.
I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
so yeah, parcel G2, which is about to start taking residents at the end of this month. That's the one that you're talking about?
Okay, so the U-shaped one is not affordable then.
it is, so there's different levels of
It is.
affordability.
That's not what they're being told. They aren't qualifying.
They're probably not, they're probably looking, and I've dealt with this a lot over the last several years, that affordable housing, workforce housing, and lower income housing have very different definitions through HUD.
And I think that's really critical as the URA,
Yes.
is that going forward, I'm not approving anything that doesn't include plenty of room for our lowest income residents.
So that's
This
this
just
property.
doesn't make sense. I mean, it's nice that it's, you know, it's going to elevate the area, but at the same time, there needs to be places for our seniors and disabled to go that are better facilities than they're currently in.
Yes, that's this project right here that's currently under construction.
50 units.
So that's 50 units, but that is truly, as HUD defines it, low income housing. So it is for the lowest of the incomes.
It's important to remember that this project languished behind for so long because trying to get that financing available. because of the requirements that are out there. I just read an article that the, whatever department it is that does it is redoing the criteria on LIHTC funding. And CHAFA, no, not even CHAFA at the federal level, where they're actually gonna be able to average rates inside a project like this that should actually help them to be able to achieve the kind of financing necessary to make projects like this to be able to do more of an affordable impact. So it's going to be interesting to see what those new rules do as far as future projects. But, you know, it is unfortunate whenever you have a project that's designated between 60 and 80% AMI and it still prices residents out of that. They can't even afford the 60 or 80 to 80% rent. But we're seeing the same thing with Connor Estates. We're seeing the same thing with Village Crest, where CHAFA is setting those rent rates and the companies are charging those. And unfortunately, it's just not affordable. And that's why affordable housing is to this day a misnomer. And what we really need to be focused on is attainable housing and making sure that housing is attainable for people in the community, not necessarily slapping that affordable name on it. Councilmember Douglas, you got a comment?
Yeah, I had the same thing where people were coming to me and they said they'd been over there and they're like, that's not affordable. There's no way that I could get into that. I can't pay that. And they would love to be over there.
So if you don't mind sharing that whoever those residents are, have them reach out to me, because like I said, we can try to connect them with what the information is. And if there is a discrepancy, we can at least look into it with Del West. So any information that you have for those residents who reached out, please pass that along to me and we'll make sure to make some contact.
I'll do that. That way it was a senior commission meeting at Kearney Plaza. And it was the residents telling us. Because I said, Greyhound Park, they said, Fi. You know, bad city.
Okay. All right, council, so I throw out my opinion. Did anybody disagree with that opinion or have a different opinion?
Yeah, I think we gotta build the center. I mean, that was part of the deal to get into the Greyhound Park, and so whatever we can do to make it happen.
So once we get the terms and conditions back from Madams 14, we'll get a better sense of how that looks. But our next stage is that we're gonna have to come to you all with a budget appropriation that will allow for us to take that concept that you saw up on our screen and really refine that to actually what that looks like from a spatial perspective of all of the different players to get that finite cost so that we can take it out to a bond.
Do we have information on how many students are expected to come out of this and how we're going to accommodate them for their education?
We have, at the time of when the PUD was generated, what the total student population was. It was intended by the TIF agreement with the 330,000 towards modulars and this facility to help offset that. But once again, it is a new age and a new period for us to kind of really get back underneath the hood with the school district to see how we can actually be a little bit more direct in our offset. The tools that we currently have are really the multicultural building and freeing up that 330,000 to be applied towards really helping the students that will be generated out of this project.
I was at those school board meetings when this was all happening, and to me, they really were pressured into agreeing to this, and I kind of felt like the school district got taken advantage of.
Yeah, I'll just say I so appreciate that we're revisiting this and that you're allowing the district to come up with a plan. It is interesting to see these other options. Was there a city survey or plan that was developed that would kind of help us balance what the city residents are seeking and what will serve the district as well? Because I know we recently moved Central to innovation status, so it's a community school. So we can think of ways around that since it's in close proximity. But Kearney already, like, it depends on the population of students. If it's middle school aged, I think that will impact the way we think about things.
Chairman Tedesco raises.
Okay, Chairman Tedesco. And then Vice Chair. All right, Vice Chair.
And I think it's important then, like I said, I can't stress enough, certain areas are like in the north, they're building homes, which you get new schools, and I don't think it's acceptable. Like I said, you got all these homes, so explore the possibility if we put a cultural center there, the Kearney parking lot, Kearney property and Central property is, part of it is, I don't know if a lot of people know this, but they are state parks, so we would have to get permission to either expand on those properties and explore funding to help them do that, because we've got all these homes coming in and more students, and I don't think it's fair, like, so I keep stressing to put all the students in trailers. So if that can even be looked into.
So just so a point of clarifier for that, that is something the city can look into. Unfortunately, the Urban Renewal Authority cannot.
I'm asking the city, can they look to see
Yes,
if the
we will.
district could possibly build on those? schools?
We will make sure to bring that to the city council when we present updated terms and conditions for the loan
And
agreement.
give money for updating.
Commissioner Tedesco.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
All right, so I have a couple of clarifying questions since I don't have the materials in front of me. The one option that you're talking about to extend and be able to allow for the $18 million building, is that the reduction in the interest from 4% to 1%? And if that is the case, does it extend the timeline for the repayment?
That is the reduction, and no, it does not extend the timeline. The terms are the same.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions, comments? All right, well, thank you very much on that. And strategic plan for the URA, Mr. Aiken.
Yes, sir. Thank you. I'm going to go quick through the first several slides, as everyone in this room is aware of what a URA is, and kind of focus on where we're at on our current URAs. I've gone out recently. I have some facts and data to share. And then really what I'm going to ask at the end of this is, as your homework over the next 4 weeks, either to call me or email me and schedule time for us to go out to the sites together, or maybe if you have time to go visit the 5 urban renewal areas independently and just walk them and kind of look at them and be able to come back in November and or December and kind of talk about what your thoughts were based on where they currently are after we kind of talk about what the plans were at them when they were originally approved. So quite frankly, we're going to talk about urban renewal, what tools do we have and where we're at. So as everyone knows, urban renewal really comes in 2 forms. It can be the clearing of blight, demolishing of old structures, building new. It can also be reinvestment in existing properties like at the Derby, where you reinvest and you bring the life back into an area that has a lot of character. What it is basically a process in which a city council can identify that there's an area that is blighted. You can do a study, a blight study, negotiate with the other taxing entities on what that project would add as far as cost to them, negotiate a TIF share or TIF revenue, which means that as additional revenues are being added to the project, they go back to the CCURA so that they can reinvest in these properties. And in doing so, it basically creates a condition that redevelopment could occur in an area that otherwise would not be feasible based on market conditions. As everyone in this room knows, cost to redevelop is incredibly more expensive than the cost to develop. The cost of land, the cost of demolition, the cost of replacing utilities greatly exceeds the cost of going somewhere in the north and building brand new. As we talk about blight, and you guys all know this, these are the 12 definitions of blight in Colorado law. 4 of them have to be met in order to be considered blight to even start an urban renewal area. So who are they? It's the board, and the reason I'm showing this is just to reiterate to everyone that we're currently a couple members down. So we're down 1 council member. The Adams County Board of Commissioners is on the line, Commissioner Tedesco. We have a special board member, so this seat is still vacant right now. We have a vacant seat on the Adams 14, which Renee will hopefully fill in the near future.
We're voting tomorrow.
Perfect. And then we have a person at large appointed by the mayor. So we're currently down 3 members, making our 13-member board a board of 10. So as far as tools go, just real quick, and then we'll go into these as we're going through our strategies. Really the most powerful 3 tools that we have are land acquisition, tax increment financing, and catalyst programs. And I'll go through those in pretty high level in the next couple slides. Because again, I want to share these things so that you're thinking about these while you're out touring our current areas and the areas that we're talking about potentially having URAs in the future. So why would you want to acquire land? A lot of times there's a user in there that's not desirable, could be a tire shop or an auto mechanic in what should be a retail entertainment district, could be a residential home in a commercial district. And it might require that there be a land acquisition in order to help relocate that individual or relocate that business and put that building with a more desirable use. Removing barriers to redevelopment. I've been involved in many land acquisitions that the property sat there vacant because there was some sort of weird condition on it, a slope easement, a utility easement, things that developers look at and say, I don't want to spend my time and money sorting that out. A lot of times a URA or a city can acquire that property, use the relationships that we've built with Colorado DOT or utility providers to figure out a strategy to get those easements removed or get those utilities relocated. So it just makes it lower hanging fruit for developer. Blight clearing, if there's an area that's undesirable, untouchable, maybe unsafe, opportunity to come in, acquire properties, demolish unsafe structures. And then infrastructure improvements, right? A lot of times governments view themselves as doing what's in the public realm. When you think about infrastructure improvements, you're thinking about using CCURA dollars to fund upgrades to storm sewer, water, sanitation, roadways, sidewalks, beautification. Those are all things that are eligible for the CCURA to do. So we've talked about tax increment financing, but basically this is what some of our areas have historically looked like with the district in particular, where not a lot of development occur based on the plan. So there's not a whole lot of increment generated in those areas. Well, really what the strategy you want is that when you create a new URA area, you already want partners lined up with you so that you can add value early on. So this right here shows the base value in the gray at the bottom. Basically, the base value increases slightly in some cases. In other cases, it's flatlined. But in a lot of cases, a taxing authority will say, we'll give you 95% or something along that line. So the base is very gently increases in a lot of cases. The blue is what's generated from new development. So again, if no development occurs, if you don't have a plan of what you're going to do and the area just sits stagnant after a URA area is formed, then you get this. If you're able to successfully negotiate with developers and get catalyst projects off the ground at an early stage, you typically incentivize those through offering a portion of the taxes that they generate back to them. So that's this model here. Then at the end of the 25-year period, what's shown in green, all of the added tax value, all of the added sales taxes, those all get separated out to the taxing entities again. So these are our catalyst programs. So we really just have a catalyst program right now in the Derby that we'll talk about, but there is a ton of opportunity to build upon that with other incentives and other catalyst programs that are offered throughout the country in urban renewal areas. So let's talk about where our urban renewals are. This is where I really want to focus on. This map shows our 5 urban renewal areas. You'll see the Wildlife Refuge in the center, the Civic Center in the green area. So you'll note that they're all in the southern area of Commerce City because the areas in the north don't typically qualify because they don't have blight. There's not old dilapidated structures. They're mainly new construction up in that area. So we've historically focused on the southern area of Commerce City for urban renewal. Here's a map zoomed in with an aerial showing those. And now I'm going to go over each one and talk about what our obligations are there, how they've performed, and then a couple ideas moving forward. So this is our city center phase 1. This is our very first urban renewal area. It's where the King Supers is, just south of where the Mile High Greyhound project is under construction. This URA was approved in 1998. The city has collected a total of $0.00 from the project. because the developer agreed as part of our master development agreement to put in all the infrastructure and roadways in the surrounding area and do other offsite improvements. And as a result, the city said, well, we're going to give you 100% for 25 years. So that term ends December 31st of next year. So at the as of January 1, 2024, this will no longer be an urban renewal area. So as you go out there and you take a look at it, think about whether or not it still meets the identification of blight and whether or not we'd want to continue maybe a new urban renewal area around here and what strategies or things you might want to see here. From the walk that I did last week, I found that it probably would still qualify as blight. Unfortunately, there's a lot of infrastructure failures in the area. There's some graffiti that's been here for a while. There's a little camp setting up on some of the vacant land. Again, when you think about what incentive the URA has to really focus on this area for the next year, really not much, because any value that we add through investments or negotiations or spending our time trying to get other tenants or other redevelopment in that area is just going to be us cutting a check back to the owner for more money, because any value that gets added is guaranteed to the owner until December of next year. But maybe from a code enforcement perspective with the abandoned buggies and trash and some other things, there's an opportunity, but certainly nothing worse here than in other areas. The next is the 917 acre Prairie Gateway, also known as Victory Crossing. So this land was, yes, ma'am.
Quick question on the parkway. Why can't that fall on the owner to be responsible for that property?
100% can. But that is probably a more appropriate conversation with code enforcement through city council, because we don't manage or direct code enforcement through the URA, but URA staff is currently working with code enforcement and Jim Tolbert on how we can better utilize people in that area without necessarily being accused of targeting them. But yes, all these photos that I'm showing you are certainly things that there are codes to prohibit.
Is the tip going to, is it one owner or is it like King Soopers and Parkway?
One owner has the assignment.
Okay. For the entire area?
Yes. And my understanding from economic development is they're a group that it might be the same group you met with that's interested in developing more in the north area.
Yes.
Yeah, they are.
Take property in the south.
So the next is the 917 acre Prairie Gateway. So this property was acquired by the city of Commerce City back in 2005. There was a URA plan developed in 2009, very similar to the way that City Center was done. It's very heavy in incentives for the developer. We do have a cash balance in this. I'm working with accounting on what that number is. It's probably around the $1 million mark from what we actually have cash in an account to reinvest in this area. But a very large majority of what's collected each year in sales tax goes directly back to Kroenke Sports Entertainment. That's the way that it was negotiated. We do own the land that the stadium is on, but the way that that deal was done is that we own the land, we lease it to them for $1 per year. They paid us for the 25-year lease up front, so they wrote us a check for $25 at closing. They collect 100% of the sales tax inside the stadium. So every beer you buy, every jersey you buy, they collect that, and then they give us a 1.75% administration fee every year for going through their numbers and basically maintaining their URA plan. I will tell you that this is the one that, in my opinion, has the most upside and long-term promise. URA staff has been contacted by the owner. They're working through with Denver right now on a redevelopment around Ball Arena, which they also own. But what makes this one exciting is that when this land use plan was created in 2009, it was created under a 1978 ordinance adopted by the federal government that said that you could not have any residential land uses on the land that used to be the Arsenal. They changed that in 2017 and they said, okay, you can develop residential as long as you submit an environmental assessment to the federal government and prove that it is suitable for residential. As you probably know, this area historically, the Arsenal was used for munitions manufacturing and chemicals. So there has to be an environmental assessment done on it. The way that the area drains There would only be a concern, in my personal opinion, if Denver had an issue, but Denver's been successful developing residential directly to the east of us, and their area by common sense would have been more contaminated because it was much closer to where some of those contaminants were. Is that inaccurate?
Yeah, because the water, I'm on the water commission, the water runs northwest.
Okay.
So
Yes.
it came from the
Yes.
northwest, it runs northwest.
Yeah.
It came from the firefighting academy is one of the theories about the PFAS that has closed down 2 wells that the water department has. The water department is trying to reopen those wells to clean them up again. But it is entirely possible that it just bypassed that neighborhood because of the way the water flows.
Okay.
Northwest.
So what we have reported back to Cronky's group is that if they want to move forward, there is a list of things that have to fall into line. They anticipate bringing this forward to the city council and the URA next year, but it involves a land swap between the city, Stan Cronky's group, and the Water and Sewer Authority up north. It would involve a rezoning of the PUD to allow for the residential. It would require the environmental assessment. It would require a new urban renewal plan. And what we have told their group so far is, we really need them to allow us to bring a plan forward to the CCRA and city council to find out what uses, intensities would be supported there. And then for the URA plan, we've told them that we would want them to escrow the money for the URA plan that we would then draw from so that there's no cost to the city for the URA plan. And they have already started conversations with the federal government on what that environmental assessment would look like. And they've gotten feedback that it could be as quick as 2 months from when they submit up to 2 years to get it reviewed and approved.
So if I may ask, Bill, when do you think KSC, based on the conversations by URA staff, to have this in kind of initial step review of a concept with the URA board?
I've asked them if we can, so they've submitted a plan, we've given them some comments. They've asked for us not to make it public as of yet, but they said in November they'd be prepared for us to move forward with that. So in November, we hope to bring it.
For the public meeting.
Commissioner Ford.
Yeah, this is a public.
When we're talking about KSC and this revision, I remember back in the day, they had come back and wanted to reset that TIF clock. Is that something that they would be considering?
Yes.
Because at the time, the URA said, you've had it for a long time and not one taxable entity has been placed on that property. And our impression was the residents were wanting to have development occur, services provided, things of that nature. And after all that time of just land banking it, it was frustrating that they came back and wanted to reset that TIF clock. So that's going to be a tough ask because you're talking about an additional 25 years and that TIF clock's ran over 50%. It's gone. So I'm curious to see what their plan looks like because it's going to take a lot for me to consider resetting a TIF clock that's run 50% of the way out and not one thing has been developed on their property.
So I heard you mention residential, is that what they're looking at?
So they're looking at basically the plan that they shared with us a couple of weeks ago that we gave them comments on. Had this area here. Whoops.
So I think
Yes.
what's probably best suited, because we don't want to start talking about future applications that may come before potential members of city council that may then put you all in a different capacity in an awkward position.
You all teed it up.
I know we did.
It's not my fault.
I know we did, but I think to that, I think what we can tell you is that the proposal that they would like to move forward with is one that meets the general goal of the city council as a city around a town center development for this. So once again, that goal came out of the winter retreat. They are trying to drive towards that goal. And we'll have conversations in an appropriate manner that does not then cause conflict with being able to take the appropriate actions or have the appropriate discussions. So we will work that through with our city attorney and also with our legal counsel for the URA.
Real quick, we need to get going.
On the map, I always get so confused when I look at the map. Steve Timms drove me around the area, bless his heart, but where is City Hall? Where is Dick's? Where is Adams City High School?
So City Hall is right here. Right here. There's Dick's Sporting Goods Arena right there. And that's the high school right up here. So on this map, the blue would be the high school, the blue would be the Civic Center, and the yellow would be the stadium. And this map here is the map that's currently approved since 2009, the land use map. So there's no residential in this one. This is essentially what's been developed in that area with the exception of the school. This is what I want to focus on for a little bit. This is Derby. So Derby has also been around for 12 years. So it's got about 13 years left in its life cycle. And it was anticipated to be converted from, a mixture of uses that had some residential uses and a lot of retail that wouldn't necessarily be the type of retail that would drive you to go out there for entertainment or restaurant. And it really wanted to become something more of an entertainment restaurant experience, a small, quaint, eclectic downtown. This was the land use plan that was created as part of the URA plan that showed a lot of commercial uses, brand new uses. And again, it talked a lot about sales tax and restaurants and encouraging restaurants and walkability. And then I'm going to show you some photos that I took last week that show kind of the current condition of it. And then we'll talk a little bit about some low-hanging fruit. So that's the area right there that is the Derby. It's known as the Downtown Derby District. And the way that this one is set up is that the City of Commerce City agreed, they're the only taxing entity, because when this plan was approved, it wasn't very common that you would go and negotiate with the other taxing entities. So in this particular one, there's no property tax whatsoever that goes back to the CCURA. It's only sales tax. We collect about $170,000 a year in sales tax. Then we spend about $60,000 to $80,000 on what we call catalyst projects in the Derby. So we do have a balance as we're going through this. I want to let you know that we have a current cash balance of $1.3 million for projects that we could spend for the Derby. And at the end of this year, going into the next fiscal year, that should be about 1.5 million. So we have a sizable amount of money to do some good in this area. But what I want to point out is that all of the areas that are going to have stars on them are areas that do not have sales tax. So there's quite a few areas for a deal that was negotiated where we're collecting the incremental sales tax that we're getting a $0 balance from. A lot of those on the east side along Magnolia are all single family residential. The others are just undeveloped parcels, some of which are currently for sale.
Which one of those on there is the Save-A-Lot?
The Save-A-Lot is this property right here, and that's a private drive that goes behind it that's not taxable. So that's the Save-A-Lot right there.
So they are taxable?
They are taxable, yes, ma'am. There's some culture out here that's there's some eclectic buildings, some murals on the buildings. I know that we'll be moving forward with a project to preserve the murals as they exist right here. There's some good businesses out there that maybe just need a little bit of love and attention. A couple restaurants. You can see that when the city did a capital project out here about a decade ago, that they had the great idea to extend the sidewalks to allow for restaurants to come here, but for whatever reason, they haven't come yet. And then these trees, the street trees could have been a great idea, but I think a lack of maintenance is really hurting the opportunity for them to get the best tenants possible, because it doesn't look like they've ever been trimmed, and the branches are basically covering the signs. You can't see who's in the storefront or the building. Just generally around the public rights of way within the development could be an opportunity for us to lead by example and really get the area clean, all the public rights of ways and sidewalks and roadways.
Quick question, so that sort of reverts back to code enforcement.
Only if you want them to write us tickets, because this is all public right of way.
That's ours.
Yes, this is ours. So I know that Public Works is at a high capacity right now and doesn't have a whole lot of opportunity to do more than they're currently doing. So one of the things that we're currently working on is we've reached out to 3 vendors in Converse City who provide these services, since that is an eligible expense for the URA. If we wanted to set a very high standard as far as what the landscape looked like, what the roadways look like. That's an opportunity.
And that's not uncommon by a URA in a CCURA area or a renewal area to take on some responsibility for beautification projects.
So this was another thing that really stuck out to me is the abundance of dumpsters just kind of randomly scattered around the development. A lot of them covered in graffiti, dumping around them. One of the things I was successful, the last city I worked at is we had an ordinance and then we actually funded dumpster bays so that we could control when they're locked, when they're unlocked, when they get picked up, and then we lease those to all the restaurants in our downtown districts. So there's an opportunity maybe to look at acquiring land, or if there's already land that we have or low-hanging fruit, to maybe build some bays and have a better standard operation on how refuge gets picked up in the area. There's some uses that have been successful from an economics perspective, but might not necessarily fulfill the plan that was created a decade ago that talked about this being an area that you'd go to on an evening to grab dinner or go out on lunch to. And then some of these uses have a lot of outdoor storage that I think detracts from the beauty and the eclectic vibe that's out there. This is an area that was pretty dirty. There's a couple urban campers out in the area that probably would be a barrier for it becoming an area that you'd want to go to at 9 o'clock at night to grab drinks or food. A lot of graffiti around the site. Again, that's something that we can address with code enforcement, but certainly if we're going to tell private property owners to clean up theirs, I think that we probably need a strategy for cleaning up the graffiti on sidewalks or in the public rights of way. Automobiles, these 18-wheelers have been parked there for a considerable amount of time. This wrecked vehicle's been there since I started 9 weeks ago. The 18-wheelers, that guy was sleeping in that 18-wheeler. So just, more enforcement of codes. This is landscape, but again, I know that I've expressed this to code enforcement that it's difficult for them to approach a property owner about this stuff that's occurring on private property when you saw the stuff that was in the rights of way was as bad. So that's just some things that I saw. I'd encourage you over the next couple of weeks to go out and visit it yourself and kind of see what you see out there with the understanding that we'll have about $1.5 million next year if we wanted to investigate maybe putting together an assemblage of land, maybe working with a developer at a block instead of doing one parcel or one building. Maybe there's an opportunity for us to match with the developer to acquire land, demolish the old gas station and do a true catalyst project. So just be thinking about those. Also, what we don't spend, we do return at the end of the budget. So if we keep collecting $200,000 a year and spending 80, we'll be returning a lot of money to the city council at the end of the 25-year clock here. This is Mile High Greyhound. We already covered this in the payment priorities, so I'm going to kind of go through this one pretty quick. If by pretty quick, I mean I'm going to go right through it. And then this is the most recent one. So this is a URA that was approved earlier this year. This is the Sand Creek landfill URA. There's some urban camping going out there in the public rights of way. There's appeared to be a guy camping on the actual landfill site. That's just the general condition of that site. It is currently going through a rezoning. It is currently going through plan review for permits. And they anticipate after we negotiate a TIF deal with them to basically take the landfill, build about 850,000 square feet of Class A industrial warehouse, light industrial warehouse. And those are the pictures that were submitted as part of their rezoning as well. So that's an area that's highly industrial, it's almost exclusively industrial. It's the Sand Creek industrial area. And you might say, do we need more industrial? Well, this area is entirely surrounded by industrial. There's a URA plan that's approved and Metro District plan that's approved. And all they really have to do is finish negotiating the TIF agreement and then build this new Class A. And what I think we'll see out here as that occurs is that you'll start to see tenants in the area and other areas of the city that have, the 1950s, 1960s, 1970s industrial buildings that they've outgrown and have outdoor storage or code issues, primarily renters of those, that you'd hope that when 850,000 square feet of new comes online, that you'd have some relocations and then opportunity for redevelopment in some of those older areas, especially along Vasquez, where I know we have some plans to do things. This is the RFP that's currently out. It's the blue area. It is currently 1,600 acres, which in my opinion is about 10 times too large for an urban renewal area. But because the county has agreed to share the cost of the URA plan, they got to help us determine what the boundaries of it would be. You can see it's about halfway inside the incorporated areas of Commerce City and halfway outside in Adams County. That RFP is due on October 20th, and we'll be bringing it to the CCRA in November to approve the contract with the consultant and an IGA with Adams County to share the cost of the consultant's fees.
Quick question, does that property have to have an environmental assessment?
Let me go back to it. So there's, of the 1,600 acres, I think there's about 700 or 800 properties in there. So the only ones that would have to do an environmental assessment are ones that have any contaminants. I know that there's a couple old landfills and some old industrial properties in this area. So similar to Sand Creek, similar to Gateway Prairie, and any other contaminated site, there'd have to be environmental remediation before it's developed.
There's also,
Yes. Yes.
When they're ready to develop, yes, ma'am.
and there's a cement company that operates.
There's a lot, yeah, there's a lot in this area.
So what opportunities are available? My house is in there to the residential homes within the area.
So that's part of the discussion
Yes.
about the strategic plan. Partly why we want to go forward with something is one, urban renewal has been an afterthought, more about a reactive tool as opposed to thinking proactively about programs that can help with facade, landscape improvements with residential, street beautification projects, other type of programming for helping to look at the relocation of businesses that may not be necessarily compatible with the long-term vision. Because you're afforded those through state law that you could use those funds for, let's say, if there's a cement truck business, or if there is a gravel business, that you could help them relocate out of the district so that it frees it up for redevelopment that meets the longer term plan of the comp plan or the city's vision. So there's a number of different tools that you can put in place when you've actually looked at the formation of those districts. And when you look at our core city and you look at the infill and the grayfield development, urban renewal becomes a very key tool and program and opportunity to help to keep the core city moving forward as we're seeing in the Northern Range, while also being able to ensure that we're developing without displacing people. So part of this strategic plan and why we're having this open discussion is, all right, how do we go forward with being able to be more proactive thinking over the next 5 to 10 years?
Easiest way to think of it is we've probably utilized about 10% of the tools and strategies that the state law provides us. So we really want to start to investigate those. I know we have about 4 minutes left and I don't want to go over. So just things to be thinking about over the next month as you're out looking at these areas. And again, please call me or email me if you want me to come with you. I'd love to walk with you. But just be thinking about what is the perception of urban renewal in Commerce City? What factors or decisions over the past 24 years have led us to that perception, and what do we want to do differently? Where do we want to go from here? Do we want to use other tools? Do we want to be proactive, or are we okay being more reactive and waiting for governments? Because there's no right or wrong way to do it, and every URA in Colorado is different. We just need to identify who we want to be. What obstacles we have to overcome in the community? Are there any areas that we didn't talk about or don't have a URA that are a priority in your opinion or might qualify for a URA in future years that we want to look at strategies for investing in? And then are there other blighted areas? That's the same thing. And then really the next steps, we're going to be working. So Jason, I've already started working on it. It was one of my top priorities when I started. My goal is in the first 6 months of me being here, so in the next 3.5, 4 months, to have a plan that is ready for us to publish that basically says this is who we are and this is our vision and our mission. It doesn't have to be anything grand or 20 or 40 pages. A lot of these strategic plans, Fort Collins, who does phenomenal things with urban renewal, their strategic plan is 1.5 pages. So it doesn't have to be incredibly elaborate unless you guys decide that you want to drill down in these areas and say, these are our strategies in each area, or if you just want them to be overall. So We'll get into that as we continue this conversation next month and the month after that. But, you know, another big thing that I know is frustrating for, you know, a lot of developers and applicants and staff over the years has been processes and policies and applications and, you know, submittal requirements for developers. We're working through all those things right now with the guys at Sand Creek Landfill because we don't necessarily have any of those adopted. So we'd really like, as part of that strategic plan, to have those applications and policies and processes adopted so that there's consistency and clarity for the applicant. And the last one is just, you know, if you guys can find time over the next 4 weeks to visit these URA areas so that you can have kind of an up-to-date conversation on where they're at and where you'd like to carry them over the next several years as they reach their shot clock of 25 years. And then if there's any questions, I'd be happy to take them, or we can move on to the next item.
Great job.
Thank you for the update. I was actually kind of shocked by the whole presentation. I think Urban Renewal Authority and these ways of taking care of blight could be a benefit to our community. But as a URA member watching this, doesn't look like, matter of fact, looks like in a few of those urban renewal areas, the blight's worse than it was when we took it over as an urban renewal authority area. And I think that should be number one focus. Actually, I was embarrassed by some of the stuff I saw in this program that you laid out. I think the Derby needs to be dealt with, and if the URA from 1998 for Parkway Market Center, if the entity is receiving 100% of the taxes, and that's what the council at that time or the URA at that time allowed, that we need to apply pressure and have them unblight that property. There's only 1 year left. And we have to leave it better than what it was taken on. And it was taken on in better shape than what it is currently. And to see what I saw in there, I would hope that code enforcement and our staff would immediately start looking into the blighted areas of those urban renewals.
One of the things, and I understand it's a very preliminary first step, is I've been working very closely with Jim Tolbert and Michelle, folks at Public Works. And what I came to realize my first 4 weeks is that I'm not sure that anyone fully understood what urban renewal is. And so we did a presentation 2 Fridays ago that was well attended by city staff. I think about 47 staff members joined us for an hour-and-a-half long Zoom conversation, where basically we took some of these slides, but it really drove into, you know, how code enforcement can help, how capital projects help, how economic development helps. Steve Timms and Michelle spoke and had slides during the presentation. So I 100% agree with you. I think that, I'm not going to toot my own horn, but I think hiring someone in this role is a good first step at actually having a staff member assigned to the URA and not just, you know, be portions of multiple people's staff that no one really takes ownership of it. To have someone that's directly involved in it and kind of educating the other departments on what their roles could be is something that I think will take place here. But quite frankly, if we want to see changes in Derby, like Jason said, you know, we have the ability as a URA to do beautification and maintenance out there. And if we know that we don't have staff that can maintain it to a super high level, what a lot of municipalities do is they'll just hire a third-party landscaper that will do it to a very high standard. Because then that gives you the credibility to start city code enforcement out there to say, look how well we're maintaining our roads and our landscape. You need to be doing the same to your parking lot and your landscape.
Makes it tough for us to write tickets to people who aren't maintaining their property when ours is maintained in that fashion. When I was with Public Works from 1990 to 1999, Public Works Department was, and I don't know who's doing it now, but it was our job to go up there, sweep the sidewalks. We took our sweepers in and swept all the parking lots because that's all owned by the city. And we hung the Christmas decorations. We did all of that. But on a weekly basis, we went up and dumped all the trash receptacles in Derby, the little round trash receptacles that are on the sidewalks. And so I know it was maintained at that time by Public Works. Looking at the trash receptacles and 6 foot, 5 foot, 6 foot elm tree suckers that are growing up in the parking lots by the guide wires and stuff. That takes a long time for an elm tree sucker to get that tall without any maintenance. And I think that needs to be addressed immediately, because I don't know why we would want to do any more urban renewal authorities if we can't manage the ones we have. That's my opinion. But I appreciate you giving us the insight.
Commissioner Noble and then Vice Chair.
The King Super Shopping Center area, it seems to me to be a really critical gateway, in a critical gateway position too, at that major intersection. And I agree, I don't understand giving the benefit of an urban renewal authority designation to someone who then makes no use of it to improve the property. That's what I thought was behind the concept.
The way that the 1998 master development agreement with the previous developer, which was assigned to the current owner, was structured is that the basically the sales tax increment, 100% of that goes back to the developer to cover their development cost, which were the roadways and the sewers and those things. Now, obviously, none of us were at that table in 1996, 1997, but it doesn't specifically reference that they have to maintain their property out of blight, but that could be something, if code enforcement has the capacity, like I said, that's all private properties. That's unlike the Derby, right? The Derby, all the roadways, sidewalks, landscaped areas, those are on the public rights of way. At City Center, certainly all those are privately owned by the owner.
And that would certainly, Derby needs to be done. That, I mean, that's just screaming for attention. And it had, one of the best visionaries around who came up with concepts for it. So we should make use of that. But I have to go back to the King Supers thing again for a minute, because if someone, this expires next year, correct?
It does. So all that means is we'll stop sending them a check next year.
And the URA has no recourse, or people don't have to do reports for the money they get or for the designation?
The only thing they have to do is report their gross sales to finance it, and then they do that quarterly, and then finance distributes out the sales tax that's been collected.
Because it would seem to me if you're taking advantage of that designation and not improving our community, then you certainly don't deserve it.
I think where the URA would come in on that is if the owner approached us and said, I want to renegotiate the deal, then certainly we could renegotiate the deal if it was something the CCURA wanted to do. Not sure you would based on the current condition of the site, but it certainly would be a choice that you'd have in a year from now.
Thanks.
Vice Chair.
See, and this is what is so confusing to me, because it seems like it's, and I appreciate your presentation, but it's examples of making the rich basically rich. We have this property at Parkway where we're giving him money and he doesn't even maintain the property. Then the property along here, which Cronky owns, Walmart and all them, they're already millionaires, and we see an example where at the Parkway, they don't even take care of the property. They were millionaires. So why would we want another one in the city if they're not even held accountable? So they're just getting richer off of the residents in the city and not even maintaining their property.
Yeah, so I would certainly say that, we weren't here. I'm not sure how many folks in this room were here during any of those negotiations, but it doesn't seem like there was a whole lot of negotiation going on with that particular deal as far as, the stadium and not having ways to claw things back or penalties for not developing. As I said earlier, we're using about 10% of the tools that were afforded. And what I'd like to do is to have those policies and those processes so that there's an expectation, right? When a developer goes into Fort Collins, they know that the most that they're going to get is 75% of what's generated, that Fort Collins has a minimum 25% requirement, no ifs, ands, or buts. They know when they go to Denver, Durham, that they have a policy that basically says that they're going to share on profits of the project. They call it a participating interest. Every project that they have says, if you decide you're going to sell this project and you're going to make a profit off of it, you're going to share your IRR with the URA at closing because they viewed themselves as a finance partner. So what I think would be important to leave this meeting from is to know that I don't necessarily think that staff agrees. I don't think that any of the deals we've talked about, that we've said negative things about, would be structured the same way today, but they probably made sense for the URA and the city at the time that they were adopted. And I'm hopeful that over the next several months, as we're working on these processes and policies and have direction on what our strategy should be in the areas, that then staff can come back and say, well, here's 6 tools that we've never even tried to consider. What do y'all think about these tools in this area to get it the way it should be? But yeah, so I can't sit here and advocate for agreements from 20 years ago, but I think that it would be different if it was structured today.
And I hope that the city moving forward really takes in consideration this area by Crompton, because like I said, this is another property where we were promised things years ago and it's still just sitting like the dog greyhound track. And then they're just gonna all of a sudden throw something up. So I hope you guys really look into that.
Absolutely will.
And change it only.
So thank you very much for the presentation.
Thank you.
You gave a lot of information that after 5 years of sitting on this council and this URA board, had no idea. And that's really unfortunate. And the one negative thing I'm gonna say is I feel like the URA has been squandered. And I'm just gonna leave it at that, and then I'm gonna turn my attention to positive. Thank you for all the work that you put into this, and thank you for going out and taking those pictures and really showing us what areas that we never saw that were URA, that we're seeing, that we had a responsibility in doing things with and we weren't. And I just thank you for that attention to detail and for actually stepping into this role and taking it the way that you have. I think that we're gonna prosper much better as a URA and as a city by having your leadership in that role. To the individual who sits across the table from you, I hope that he saw every single one of those pictures and that by the time we meet again, that he comes back with some positive news about the things that took place in these areas.
Help me, help you.
I said, said I was going to try to be positive, but thank you very much. Great, great information. Looking for a motion to second enter into executive session pursuant to CRS 24-6-402, parentheses 4, sub-parentheses E, to discuss negotiations related to tax increment financing and potential TIF assignments to facilitate the redevelopment of the Sand Creek landfill located within the Sand Creek business area urban renewal boundary generally located at the intersection of Ivy Street and 48th Avenue. Commissioner Madera, so moved. Commissioner Noble. I have a motion and a second to enter an executive session. Is there any discussion? Seeing no request for discussion, go voice vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed, say nay. Motion carries unanimously. We're going to go into executive session for the URA. Thank you very much. Mr. Alvarado, thanks for joining us. Have a good evening. Thanks, everybody. No, you were part of the URA and you stayed for the executive session of the URA.
She's actually not a member.
You have to invite her
You
in.
guys need to.
Bye-bye.
Or you can invite her in.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, or you can invite her.
You guys, want to invite her to stay, you may.
Chaz, we've sent you an invite to the executive session, but we've locked it to make sure that nobody else can get into that. Are you going to be joining that?
I apologize. I've been waiting to get on. That's why I had my hand up.
Yeah, you should have a link in your email to it. Can you confirm that real quick before you hop off so I can run in there real quick and unlock it?
In my email.
I got ctedesco@adcogov.org.
Oh yeah, Gibson.
Yep.
Yep, I have it.
All right, give me countdown to like 2 minutes and give me 1 minute and then I will go in there and unlock it. And then whenever you join, I have to relock it. So give me just a minute, okay?
Wait, all right. I have the one you just sent me that says you sent one. Let me see if I find it.
It should come from Council Room 2308. Should be
Council
right before
room.
that.
Oh, okay. Yep, I have it.
All right, so countdown from like 45 and let me go unlock it real quick and then I will let you in, okay?
All right, so just wait about a minute.
Yeah.
Okay.
Awesome, thank you.
Thank you.